NA is like way easier than Europe, and I wanted to make grants on every region, you know.
Hello everyone, we are actually going to be joined by Mixon here. Cannot wait to get into some questions with you, but first and foremost, Mixon, how you doing?
I just woke up and I'm doing good.
The move to NA, Mixon. I've got one question and one question only. Why?
When I started playing competitive, I always wanted to like try play on another region, and that was like my dream, and I just always wanted to do this. But this chapter, there's like similar spots for a LAN event at the end of the year, so that pushed me to do this.
In-game wise, have you kind of noticed a difference between the EU region and the NA region? Like, would you consider it to be like a little bit easier, just different, a little bit harder, anything like that?
NA is like way easier. I don't want to say like way easier, but you can see this in like open rounds, like FNCS opens, cash cups. It is definitely easier than Europe. And for like finals lobby, maybe like grand finals, it doesn't matter at all. I think tier 1 EU players and tier 1 NA players is like pretty same, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. How confident are you and Blaha kind of feeling in terms of qualifying for globals?
I don't remember if I had like a bad duo FNCS, no matter what. So we're pretty confident because we're back and we always played good no matter what.
Do you think that experience of those in-person events from prior will definitely help you? Do you still get kind of excited for events like this? Like, where's your mindset at when it comes to actually going to the event and competing there?
Experience. Yeah, I think it helps, you know, for being on the stage, you know, a lot of people see you and some stuff like that, but all players always wanted to go to the stage, see that play there. So I just feel like in a dream, you know.
You know, so far, would you consider it to be like a worth trip over? Like, if you can go back in time, would you do it all over again?
Yes, 100%. I'm thinking about going to other regions as well, because I wanted to make grants on every region, you know. I have it in plans, but you travel around the world, you can play Fortnite and even win money, so it's like a bit win-win, you know.
All right, Mixon, thank you so much for joining us today. Let everybody know where they can find you on social media.
At Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and on YouTube, you just type Mixon and I will probably pop up.
Once again, thank you so much, Mixon. Good luck this major, and hopefully we'll see you at Globals.
Thank you.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Here we are. We've made it. This is the weekend. FNCS Grand Finals. Today we'll play 6 matches. Tomorrow we'll play 6 matches. And after the 12 games, one duo will look to hold the axe of champions high. Not only that, but the top 10 on the leaderboard will also claim spots to the global championships in September. The twist is there's 5 duos that have already claimed seats on that battle bus. So we're not looking at a top 10. We could be looking at a top 15 finish from some duos, depending on how everything plays out. More on that in just a little bit, because first I wanted to welcome your analysts. It's Kelly, it's Vivid. And guys, I don't know what to do. We're here a little earlier than usual. I don't know what to do. What's happening here?
I mean, listen, guys, Zeke just gave us a little synopsis of what's going to be going on during this weekend, and he only scratched the surface. That is why we are here early, because there is way too much to talk about, and we're going to try to talk about as much as we possibly can, Kelly. It makes me so excited.
So much to talk about. I can't believe we're finally here. I mean, we started with the qualifiers a month ago and then had that big break, and finally coming down to finding who are the final teams that are going to go to the global championships in Fort Worth. I am so excited. I'm a little nervous, but I can only imagine how our teams are feeling right now.
Yeah, it's a very big weekend. And yeah, again, the reason we're here a little bit earlier than usual, there's just so much we have to discuss, so many storylines we want to kind of prepare you for, or just remind you of. Before we get into everything, though, we wanted to take a moment here and kind of just appreciate the year of Fortnite competitive we've had. So why don't we show you guys this competitive roadmap? As you guys can see in just a moment, we will show you, in case you've just been watching, this is your first time watching Fortnite ever, and you're like, Fortnite, this is pretty cool. Yes, it is. But the crazy thing is this has all kind of led us for majors 1, 2, and 3. Kind of the global championship we'll see in Fort Worth, September 7th and 8th. But guys, there's also been all kinds of competitions as far as land has been concerned. You know, we've also had the Esports World Cup going on in Riyadh in August. We've seen some awesome kind of different styles of Fortnite play at DreamHack. I mean, it's been a crazy year for Fortnite for sure.
Oh yeah, we've had an absolutely stacked year when it comes to just competitions all over the place. Of course, those majors that we have to talk about, getting those qualification spots for globals in early. I love looking back at major number 1 and thinking, yeah, that was a meta that had a lot of mobility, right? We had the grapple played there that, of course, was huge part of the meta. Then in major number 2, those medallions get those big switch ups with their unique abilities. I mean, over at Grim Gate had probably one of the strongest medallions we'll hopefully ever see, with that aspect of agility. Peerbot and Pollo running it on the NA region. The year's been great.
And now Major 3 with a whole new meta that seems to be continuously evolving as the weeks go on. And we're going to find the culmination of that over these next 2 days. But Esports World Cup, it's been a big buildup through the competitions of DreamHack, and then, of course, the online qualifiers. We have some amazing teams that are going to be competing here. Of course, all eyes are on Falcons after that incredible DreamHack run. But there's so many competitors, and I just love seeing the difference that we get, because in Gamers 8, what we had last year was just zero build in Battle Royale, but this is a completely new creative game mode, more akin to the traditional shooter esports that we see. So I love to see just how our Fortnite competitors fare in that competition.
Yeah, I mean, just again, an amazing time for 2024. And there's also been other things like the Milk Cup going on as well. So, you know, if you want to watch Fortnite competitive, there's been so many different things. But again, this all culminating kind of in the global championships. It's weird to think GC was like a year ago, and I was like, okay, we're starting major 1. It's, you know, we have so much time. Viv, it's right around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, Global Champions is right around the corner, and you're talking about so much time. That time in between now and Global Championships is actually going to be filled with that Esports World Cup. And I love the fact that, you know, although it is a completely different game mode, the aspects of it, right, it still showcases the abilities and how good Fortnite players are so well. Like, I even saw, I mean, all respect to Booga, but Thomas HE a couple days ago, you know, sent out a social post that was showing off a 1v2 against Booga, and then Quanti kind of replied to it. He was like, at Booga, Booga should have got on your ESL grind, man, right? Because in that scenario, just being able to aim and kind of maneuver around builds really would have helped them. So kind of seeing that players recognize this different game mode is something that can really help, even in an FNCS.
Whew. Speaking of the FNCS, so much is on the line, Zeke. So many teams have moved from literally around the world to compete here, to fight for these 10 spots, to fight for the money, to fight for the bragging rights. I am so excited to watch these next 12 games. These are some of the best competitors in the world. I feel like we're kind of getting a mini global championships this weekend.
That is right, Kelly. With that being said, why don't we start taking a look at some of the things we'll be seeing here this weekend. All right, we've got this all lined up, okay? We've got a nice little graphic that's kind of just gotta take you through what it is we're gonna be talking about, because again, we're here early because there is so much we want to talk about. Obviously, we'll be talking about housekeeping, kind of what's at stake, but Vivid, there's a couple other things too.
Yeah, like defending the FNCS title, right? Will Peterborough and Polio be able to pull off the back-to-back? More on that to come soon. Quote unquote, making the move worth it. If you've been following the NA scene or Fortnite competitive in general, you'll know that so many players actually moved over to the NA region. And the question there is, will they be able to make the move worth it? One of the things that players are going to be looking forward to the most is qualifying for the FNCS Global Championship. But this is the last chance at Major number 3, and there are only so many spots available. And then of course, Kelly, the Kingdom of Kings, potentially the most stacked grand finals of all time.
Yeah, we're going to be breaking down just how true that statement is, just the echelon of competitors that we're going to be seeing compete here today. But first, Zeke, we need to talk about what's all this for? Why are we fighting in this weekend today?
Let's break it down together. So obviously, I think, you know, we spent a lot of time talking about those top 10 spots of the Global Championships, but in isolation, let's just break down this prize pool, right? So every duo will receive something for just making it to this stage of the competition. But coming in first place, Vivid, 140,000 to the winning duo. And on top of that, they walk away with the FNCS Axe of Champions, an in-game pickaxe that no one else has, that just proves, hey, we are the duo.
Listen, I can tell you one thing about Fortnite competitors. That axe, it is something that they love to earn and they hate to lose it. They always tweet out like a sad face or something on socials whenever they go ahead and lose it. So they definitely love to go ahead and claim that Axe of Champions.
And to hold on to the Axe of Champions is a feat in itself, being able to go back to back. And we're kind of looking towards Peterborough and Poyo to do that again this weekend, Zeke.
That's right. That's right. Peterborough and Poyo currently holding the Axe of Champions, looking to defend that title. We kind of seen these guys just perform out of their minds, but I guess for now the question becomes, how have they been performing in this major? And honestly, what would it take to get that back-to-back?
They've been performing extremely well. That is why this is topic of conversation, right? Can they pull off the back-to-back? And back-to-backs are not easy. It's not something that we see happen very often. In fact, I wanted to go ahead and point out the last time that we actually saw a back-to-back, and that was actually when Booga and Miro were teammates. And this happened all the way back, Chapter 2, Season 8, when we had the seasonal FNCS, and then that transitioned into the Grand Royale, and then went over to the next chapter, Chapter 3, Season 1. Of course, Booga and Miro teammates throughout all 3 of those FNCS wins. Well, it has been a while since we have seen a back-to-back. I think we could see it this weekend.
I do want to add a little asterisk to that, because yes, Peterborough and Poyo won Major 2 and Acorn and Cole won Major 1, but if you actually look back to Major 1, Peterborough and Poyo got 2nd place.
Wow.
So close to getting a back-to-back. And with how they are performing over the last few weeks, I definitely think they are within reach of getting that back-to-back.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, listen, I can tell you right now, though, that Peterborough and Poyo, like I mentioned, they are looking good. Obviously, one thing about Peterborough and Poyo, ever since kind of like their rise, where they're forming as a duo, I'm not gonna lie, they've kind of had an ego, right? They're so confident in how good they are at the game that usually they just go ahead and they dominate high, right? Like, look at all these highlights where they're picking up eliminations. They're just constantly flying up, constantly looking up, looking to battle the teams that are on the higher ground, because of course, high ground, it is a very valuable position in Fortnite. Peterborough and Poyo,
You guys are not slick. Let me tell you something. I have recognized something with this duo this season that I have to give them a lot of respect for. And it's in terms of them kind of reeling it back a little bit. I think they've kind of picked up on the fact that crash pads, they're very, very chaotic. They make it extremely hard to hold the high ground throughout the rest of the game. Let's go ahead and actually look a deep dive into when they take high ground this season. Zone 11, not zone number 9, not as soon as moving zones start. They're waiting until zone 11 to actually go up and fight for high ground. And I think that's just so much more strategic because of how crash pads cause so much chaos on the high ground. They recognize that, they adapted, they've got a new strategy.
My favorite thing about the dialogue going around this duo is that some people in the community, some people after week 1 of the qualifiers were going, they're washed. Peter Bon Pollo, it's over. It was all Grimgate in Major 2. And then they won week 2 and then have proceeded to absolutely dominate the Cash Cups and the semifinals, grabbing a win in day 1. It is not, they were never anywhere. Like, where did they go? How'd they come back? They never went anywhere. Peter Bon Pollo are here to stay. It is so obvious just how dominant they are. And like Vivid said, their ability to evolve to the meta just showcases they are still one of the top contenders.
You'll love to see it. This is a tall order, but if anyone could look to defend that title, get the back-to-back, it would be this duo. Now, we kind of laid out some things to talk about here, and one of them was making the move worth it. If you guys have been following along, you know that some players from EU have decided NA is now our battleground. And we wanted to kind of list out those players again, just in case someone's new, they've not seen, they just, we want to get you up to speed, right? So here's a list of the players that have not only come over, but have also looked to form up with some duos here in NA. We kind of wanted to start off pretty simple, right? Mongrel, Mr. Savage, and kind of ask the question, was making the move to NA worth it? And honestly, what could, lead us to that conclusion of yes or no?
I think it's got to be those qualifying spots, the grand finals. All those teams are going to be looking to do that. And for Mongrel and Mr. Savage, the biggest kind of thing that everybody is looking towards for this duo is it's going to be revolving around one word, and that's going to be improvement. They look so good right now that everybody is pretty confident in their ability to actually qualify for the global championship. But I'm not gonna lie, listen, we got to give a lot of credit to Mongrel himself. Let's go ahead and take a look and compare stats from last major to this major, and I'm gonna be highlighting the percentages. Look at the percent of team eliminations. In chapter 5 season 2, he had just 25% of his team's eliminations, right? A lot of people were saying Mr. Savage carried him, and yeah, there's actually stats that kind of backed it up. Maybe he did get carried, but look at it now, 55.6% for those team eliminations, right? Definitely carrying his weight in that category. Why don't we go down a couple of lines? Look at the team damage. I mean, Storm Surge, so important when we talk about competitive Fortnite. And you're telling me right now that Infantry Rifle Mongrel is back with 66.2% of his team's damage. I mean, that is absurd.
Mongrel and Mr. Savage coming over to North America to take a spot away from one of our teams. And at first, a lot of people thought, oh man, maybe this wasn't the move. Maybe they should have stayed in EU. They weren't even able to make round 4 in qualifiers 1 and 2. But boy, did they prove us wrong and shut us up. Semifinals day 1, they did have to go through the lower bracket, but literally started off the lower bracket, getting 3 victory royales back to back, and then were able to qualify in uppers day 3. They have gone a 3rd place in the most recent Cash Cup, and it just shows how much you can't count them out. Mongrel and Savage are here to prove that, yeah, we may have been the guys many years ago, but we still are this weekend as well.
Yeah, they've quickly become a crowd favorite, right? Beloved by this community. Though they've only formed like this last year, everyone would love to see them compete at the Global Championships. Another duo that also recently formed, you probably know and love them. It's Veno, it's Clicks. Veno being the player from EU that's kind of come over. And now when you pair them up with Clicks, how have they kind of cemented themselves as a duo this major?
I won't lie, they came out swinging early on in this major. They looked like one of the best teams without a doubt. And then as the major went on, I'm not gonna lie, personally, after checking out some of their VODs, I was like, I don't know, like they're really not looking that good, right? And I think they even recognize that themselves, right? This week, they were trying out new things in the Cash Cup, new strategies, because they knew that their old one wasn't really working out. But I'm not gonna lie, with the big change yesterday, returning to their old strategy is going to work so well, I do believe. Of course, that strategy being the fact that they always go for that forecast tower. 1, they get forecast. 2, from actually eliminating that NPC over there, they're going to get a guaranteed DMR and a couple of Flowberry Fizz bottles, which is absolutely huge. And then that position up on the hill by that forecast tower makes it pretty easy for them to rotate over towards a bunker where, of course, Kelly, they can go ahead and attach their weapons, make sure they have some preferred scopes on those said DMRs, make Storm Surge just a little bit easier for the duo.
Yeah, they have that early and mid game down so well, but for my issue with Veno and Clicks is I don't know which Veno and Clicks we're going to get this weekend. When they're on a high, it is the highest of highs. They literally came out of the qualifiers as the #1 seed. But we have also seen that if they have a bad game or some kind of communication gets thrown off, they tend to snowball downwards. It can really affect their mentality into these games, and they're very emotional players. So I think a big question mark right now is how are they feeling? What are their vibes like going into this first game? Because that's really going to impact the next 11 games that they go into.
That's right, Kelly. We got to hope we have them at their best, right? If they want that Axe of Champions, Clicks is first. They really will have to lock in. Another duo to discuss here is Tayson and Iamzo. Yes, I know I'm so used to saying Iamzo and Rise, but Tayson coming on over from EU, pairing up with Iamzo. And I mean, if we just look at this like duo individually, I mean, Tayson's accolades alone are terrifying.
Yeah, super stacked duo. I mean, a lot of people definitely predicting this duo to place very, very well in this grand finals. But again, with that Slurp Cacti change that just came in yesterday, which as a little reminder, basically removes those Slurp Cacti from actually respawning after they use that one time. Tayson Iamzo's strategy was, I don't want to say relying on it, but they definitely used them. And we can actually see that right now, right? Their Storm Surge tower is always very, very close to their POI. I think they're still going to find themselves kind of basing up here today, even though the Slurp Cacti isn't going to be a thing. But like I mentioned, with their POI being just by where they can actually go ahead and base up for a Storm Surge tower, they don't necessarily have to rotate far. But the one thing that I do love about this duo is it's something that they can kind of replicate. They can use their strategy pretty much every single game, because what they love to do is they actually love to play on the edge of zone by where all of the congestion is actually going to be. And basically what that does is it keeps them by all of the players that they can kind of find damage on throughout the entire game. But the thing that's usually terrible about being next to all of these other teams, right, is that like, well, how do you kind of get away from them, right? Like you're just next to all of these players, you can't really get out unscathed. Well, Tayson and Iamzo always make sure that whenever they're on the congested side, they go ahead, they base up next to a flaming boost tube, so that way they can rotate out easily using that. And you're going to see a great example of that right now, right? They're just going to go ahead and be like, all right, we got all of our damage done. Let's actually go all the way over to the dead side now, because we can do whatever we want for the rest of the game. And it works out so well. It's something they can do every single game.
And that definitely was the case for when they had Slurp Cacti. Obviously, their rotations are great, so I don't think it's going to affect them too much. My only concern for Tayson and Iamzo is if you look at where they are on the drop map, and then you put a big circle around their spot, there are some of the biggest names in Fortnite that are right next to them. You have Cooper and Kanata just north of them. South to them is Peter Bon Pollo on one side, Acorn and Cold on the other. You go to the west side, it's Clicks and Vena. You go to the right side, it's Mongrel and Mr. Savage. Just any one of these fights can really throw off Tayson and Iamzo. And obviously, they've been having a great performance recently. They got first place out of the most recent Cash Cup, but I am interested in to see how the change to the Slurp Cacti is going to be affecting them.
Kelly, that circle that has really scared me. You know, I thought we had a zone, the storm closing in. Apparently there's a secondary inner zone within the zone of just death and destruction. So yeah, hopefully we'll see these guys perform well. It is going to be a tough one. We also have Pink and Miro. Pink kind of coming over from EU and kind of do it up with a global champion in Miro. We're excited to see kind of how they perform this weekend, right? They've been a little hit or miss, but I think they are looking very promising. As we kind of shift the conversation, we did want to focus in on those top 10 spots going to the global championships. So let's break this down, right? We have a nice little list here of everyone in every region that has qualified who's already got themselves spots going to globals. And as you can see, if you start to look at the America spots, right? Back in Major 1, Acorn and Cold, Major number 2, you got Peterbot, Peterbot and Pollo, Reet and Ritual, Kanata and Cooper. And we cannot also forget, we also have Alex and Worthy from OCE here.
And the reason why that's important, of course, these 5 teams already qualified to the global championships, and they, of course, cannot qualify again, right? So their qualifying spots will, of course, roll down, which is why we mentioned earlier that, yeah, potentially we might be looking at a top 15 to actually qualify to the global championships. So let's go ahead and take a peek at where all of these teams are actually landing in the early game. And no surprise, right? Teams that are already qualified for the global championships, most of them are going to be uncontested, of course, but not Acorn and Cold. They're expected to be contested by 2 teams today, which I think really hurt their chances. But I've been saying it all week. I don't think there's any way they're going to be contested by 2 teams, right?
It's possible.
Right.
We actually saw them contested by 2 teams in Major number 2. It was Muzz and Paper and then Yasir and Krizix, and they got 5th place. And then in the Major 1, where they won, they were still contested by Muzz and Paper. So clearly being contested isn't the biggest issue for Acorn and Cold, but you can never leave out the other teams that they're going up against. So there's a possibility, but it's Acorn and Cold, one of the best teams in the world. I think they're fine.
Okay, let's talk about some strategies, right? How these guys have been dealing with some of these spots in this top 5. Kanata and Cooper, we've obviously seen the change to the Slurp Cactus change in this most recent update. So how do we kind of expect them to perform here today with this change? Has it impacted them in any way?
Well, the impact is definitely going to be seen. This is a team that we have seen time and time again throughout every single, semifinals game, whatever. They always base up on these triple Slurp Cacti. It's probably like the strongest spot in terms of those Cacti. It's very, very good for their Storm Surge. So I was like, you know what? I always see them over there on that Cacti. How many times in comparison to other teams have they actually used Slurp Cacti? And yeah, it's a lot. I mean, 385 more, over 150 more times than the other duo there, NPen and Pump. So Kanata and Cooper definitely going to be one of the most impacted teams by this change.
But it's Kanata and Cooper. Cooper being one of the global champions. Kanata being one of the smartest, most innovative players that we have ever seen in Fortnite. Yeah. If anyone can adjust to such a severe thing of the meta changing literally 24 hours beforehand, it is this duo right here.
Okay, all right. And I think this duo, I'm looking at my notes here. It says, no one important. Reet and Ritual. Kelly, don't freak out. Oops, too late. Reet and Ritual, obviously one of Kelly's favorites from NA West of old. Now NA Central, of course. These guys, how are we expecting them to kind of play this weekend? And same question, has the Cactus change impacted them in any way?
Yeah. Vivid.
Definitely going to impact them. I think it's going to impact them a lot, right? Because they don't necessarily have to just beeline towards any of those Slurp Cacti now, right? They can kind of play their own game. And shout out to Refsguard, because he pointed out a great idea throughout the week when he was on Boop stream, kind of doing a prediction stream with him. And he was like, wait, Reet and Ritual already qualified for Global Championship. Bryce and Bolts are not. Why are Reet and Ritual not just like keying Bryce and Bolts off of that forecast tower and securing it for themselves, which I think is actually a great idea. Refsguard, that's a sick idea. Hopefully Reet and Ritual heard you.
I mean, Bryce and Bolts deserve a little bit of respect. They're pretty good and have placed well throughout the year. But Reet and Ritual, obviously, they had an incredible Major 2. They got 2nd place, and in Major 1, they got 5th place as well. They've been a little bit hot and cold on the Cash Cups and the qualifiers, but I think we're going to see a great performance out of them. They're landing Uncon and Reckless Railways with not having to worry about rotating over into the south side. I think Reet and Ritual are actually going to be a bit more primed up this Major than we've seen earlier on in the weeks.
Yeah. Okay, all right, okay. And I'm surprised Kelly wasn't talking more about them and freaking out and be like, hey, these guys are my favorite ever. It's okay, we have plenty of time to do so. Another duo that could, and we kind of hope end in that top 10, it's actually Victor V and Paper. We had an opportunity to talk with both of them last week, but these guys have a very different strategy, right? They don't really care about the Slurp Cactus. They actually care more about the bunkers.
Well, that's a thing, right? Is that their ability to actually play for said bunkers was kind of relying on the fact that so many teams would position themselves towards the center of the map. Of course, the bunker that they go ahead and fight for, it's going to be on the outskirts of those Slurp Cacti, and we're going to take a look on the map in just 1 second to actually see those positions and break them down. But yeah, this duo stole my heart last weekend during that interview, so I got to go ahead and root for them. To break it down here, though, those Slurp Cacti, right, they're just towards the center of the map. So many teams are going to be based up on these little circles that you're kind of seeing on the map. And then if we go ahead and take a look at where Paper and Victor V actually are able to go ahead and secure that bunker, it's on the outside of all of those circles, right? So they know that all of these teams are kind of beelining for those Slurp Cacti. They were able to get that bunker for free pretty much every single game. But with the changes to the Slurp Cacti, is it going to be free now?
It'll be interesting to see. For Paper and Victor V, I always love to look at these teams as kind of like the whole picture. And first of all, Paper is an absolutely incredible IGL. I think that he's found an incredible fragger out of Victor V as well. But also, I like to look to the coaches, and Victor V's coach is his own father. We actually got to hear him a little bit in the background, and he's so invested into the game, completely understands it, is actually able to give some pretty good coaching. So I'm excited to see how they perform. Paper, an old OG, joined by the new young blood of Victor V. It'll be exciting to see how well they do.
Okay. I wanted to talk about a duo here, a Booga in particular, of Batman Persuasion, of course, Batman Booga and Rapid specifically. We hope that these guys end in the top 10, right? We would love to see them compete at the Global Championships. Is there anything that kind of could get in their way from making the top 10?
Well, yeah, a lot of people actually are predicting them to place in the top 10. This is a lot of people's favorite duos, right? They kind of been on the rise during this major. And with those big changes to the Slurp Cacti, I've got a big question mark, right? A lot of people have been kind of pointing out that, oh, the Slurp Cacti, they've been nerfed. This is actually above the Batman Booga and Rapid. And I'm not too convinced on that idea. If we go ahead and take a look again at that Slurp map, right? It pulls so many teams to the southern side of the map, right? Kind of central. And so many teams are kind of going there. The expectation is that not so many teams are actually going to be that congested on these spots now because of the Slurp Cacti nerf, which I think for Batman Booga and Rapid, they were one of those teams that took advantage of that in a way that maybe they didn't even realize, right? Because they went for a bunker that was pretty much uncontested, similar to how Paper and Victor V did it. But the reason why this bunker was kind of uncontested a lot is because so many teams prioritize the Slurp Cacti. Well, now those teams aren't going to be prioritizing the Slurp Cacti. They've got to prioritize something else. Bunker? Question mark. And then another thing that Batman Booga and Rapid also kind of used to their advantage was the fact that so many teams were, again, on those Slurp Cacti positions. So how did Batman Booga and Rapid get their surge? Well, they went ahead and they just took straight up 2v2s. And the reason why these 2v2s were very, very good for them to take was, well, again, so many teams are not even near them. They're so isolated that they can take these 2v2s and not be third party. But now I'm expecting it to be a little bit different.
Yeah, landing over in Grim Gate, they're going to be unconned. We saw them be a little bit contested throughout either Cash Cups or throughout the semifinals, and it was a little bit hot and cold, but I think being unconned is great. I think there might be a little bit of changes with the changes to Slurp Cacti for them, having to deal a bit with more contestation or at least teams rotating near them, but it's Batman Booga and Rapid. We actually, we say, are they going to be able to do well? Are they going to be able to make it to Global Championships? Well, they did well in the most recent Global Championships a year ago. They placed 14th as a relatively unknown duo, so to see them still sticking out strong, competing together, and having relatively better performances as the year goes on, I think this might be the year for Batman Booga and Rapid.
Okay, all right. And of course, we can't forget other duos like Batman, or Booga rather, paired up with Aviv once again. I confused myself, Vivid. Stop it. And of course, Muzz and Epic Whale. And we'll take more time to talk about them as the weekend goes on. Because first, Fortnite fam, just to kind of prove a point here, this is one of the most stacked FNCSs we've had in a long time. This looks like a global championships. And actually, beep, boop, beep, beep, beep. I've got some stats that we can pull up here to kind of break down, Kelly, stop it, what this kind of looks like. These numbers are insane. Kelly, Vivid, could you guys just put this into perspective for the viewing audience? How stacked is this grand finals?
There are 22 FNCS champs that are competing here today. 52 titles between those champions. And if you look to how many teams have a player that has placed at least once in the top 10, there are 31 separate duos that can claim that. And then, of course, 321 times out of these 50 duos have been in the top 10. Vivid, this is the most stacked lobby we have ever seen in NA. It is absolutely wild what we are about to witness. When I say that this is like a mini global championships, I mean it.
Yeah, I mean, bit of an appetizer for perhaps global championships. We've got one heck of a stacker on the plate for grand finals this weekend. 12 games, Zeke. Let's get into it.
Oh, man, it is time, my friends. Remember, today, 6 matches ahead of us. It's all about consistency and not giving up, never backing down. We've got your casters, the best taco, Monster Face standing by. They will call the action for us. Everyone find your seats on the bus for game number 1.
Thank you, Zeke, and that's right. We are here ready to get right into the action. What a wonderful foundation that has been set before us here for the Grand Finals, Taco, because now everything we've been working for is about to unfold.
Yeah, and I loved hearing the breakdown because, again, I really think we can't even emphasize it enough. All of these weeks of preparation by the players, and bam, overnight, no more Slurp Cacti regeneration feature, so that is bound to have a great shift over the overall atmosphere, and I'm just really excited to see how these players have opted to kind of prepare over the course of the last 24 hours and see the strategies that they basically showcase in Lobby 1.
Yeah, we really are jumping into completely unknown territory. I think right now it's going to come back to the basics, the foundation, who has the strongest principles when it comes down to playing Fortnite. Let's see it, though, because the battle bus is ready. Grand Finals game number 1 starts here and now. 2 days of amazing competitions before us here for the North American region before we crown not only a champion, but our final roster to the global championship stage taking place in person in the coming weeks. I can't wait. And we get to start off, Taco, with one of the most explosive early game contested drop spots here at the Brutal Beachhead.
It's just insane to think about the fact that, you know, Cold and Acorn, they're already good to go, and yet these teams still willing to triple contest them here at Brutal Beachhead. Typically, if it's just like, you know, one duo contesting, it's a little bit more feasible, but DK and Ian, they are certainly embarking on a challenge here today, MDF, but so far so good. No clean eliminations from either side just yet, and there is always the possibility of that third party coming into the mix, so it's understandable why these teams are just opting to go for those initial loot paths outright.
That is right, and that's a fight that could unfold. It might not, but knowing Acorn and Cold, you never really know. Let's jump on over to the other side of the map. Let's get a little bit more into the swamps, right? Into the underworld, if you will. You have Sprite and Day here contesting up against NPen and Pump. NPen and Pump, who, like we saw before, had a very, very sound strategy leveraging the cacti. Now they're forced to mix things up. This is going to be one of those teams that absolutely has to come up with a whole new strategy from the ground up. Meanwhile, Sprite and Day have not had the strongest track record, right? If you remember looking back at the uppers and lower brackets, they had a really tough time in the early game being contested against other teams. I don't know how they're going to fare up because NPen and Pump have been playing very well. But first, let's take a look at this quick highlight. Mixon and Blaha, the first team to fall in this tournament here today because they're, again, Taco, in a completely new drop spot.
It's all about the off spawn for Mixon and Blaha's strategy, but ultimately these last minute shifts, I mean, we saw them contesting last week with Quanti and Yapko, did not go in their favor. Now taking their odds at the Summit's base camp one more time, a repeat circumstance, but they're not the only ones in a world of trouble. Evil gonna find himself eliminated there by Chaos and Chance, and that's 2 quick eliminations on the board. And keep in mind, these mid games, if it follows the trend from EU that we witnessed earlier today, MDF, I'm expecting a lot more action, a lot more fighting because teams trying to establish some early surge, but at the same time, you might still get caught out.
Speaking about teams getting caught out, does look like DKB was going to be the first to get tagged here as Cold and Acorn are the healthiest in this little bit of an engagement. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of that, Vorteca listening on in there alongside Paco, but look at this, the shots coming in. You got to love the 2-pronged attack here from Acorn and Cold as they pressure from the left and right. And once again, you can see Tekka down in that low ground, just lurking, listening nearby, waiting for their opportunity to spring into the action. But no, everyone kind of paces away, so Paco, Vorteca won't just have the ambush kick off just yet.
But Cole's going to be the first one to head to the top of this warship, and at the same time here, MDF, if either of those teams choose to play a little bit two-split or chooses to engage, that's really what Cole is trying to keep an eye out for, and sure enough, Ian completely shredded Paco and Vorteca. They spotted the damage that Cole was applying, and they instantly keyed DK to finish the process here. That is a big pickup, though. Cold probably a little bit upset here that he just lost out on his elimination credit.
It's crazy that that just unfolded before I actually got to mention it, because I was just going to say, you know, Cold and Acorn have to be careful they don't get their elims sniped here. And you could tell that Cold was definitely wary, like, wait a second, there's definitely that third team here. Let's not get tunnel vision. Let's look around us around the area, see if there's anyone on the outskirts, but instead, Vorteca and Paco were already on the prowl, pretty much keying up the opponents there. Meanwhile, talking about ambush, this is not looking good. 2 shotguns are out. Vino gets opened on, but the double shots are a miss. And Vino, slippery as ever, will get away. And all of a sudden now the tables have been flipped. They are caught in a sandwich of fire between both sides. And Vino is hitting his tags, so is Clicks on the opposite side of the wall. And just like that, from ambushed to attacker, all of a sudden Vino and Clicks find 2 eliminations.
Was it an ambush or was it Veno's plan? Nah, I'm just kidding. It was clearly not intentional from Veno, but the rate at which they were able to 180 that scenario into their favor, MDF, those are the kinds of circumstances where if you are Flappy and Evan in that situation, you can't afford to miss out on the possibility of a knock there, because they knock Veno. It's a lot easier to try and tackle Clicks in the 2 versus 1, but now they just find themselves sitting out waiting for the next battle bus of Lobby 2.
Not to harp on that too much, but we don't even see Vino and Clicks play side by side like that very often in the early game. Normally they are so far apart, so love that here in the grand finals they've taken a second consideration, if you will. But let's jump into the fight on screen right now. Rigby, Mordecai. Bit of a standoff, and they're actually the team that's disengaging right now. We're looking to potentially take the fight again, but there's all types of noise here. There's actually 3 teams now. They're jumping in for the Noxie elimination. Meanwhile, there's a fresh duo right behind them.
Almost wonder if it might be a Booga and a Vive on the other side. No, it's still going to be Crisp, just trying to hold things down, but whenever you're hovering this northern territory, things can get a little bit risky, and Noxie knows. Alongside Chris hasn't had the opportunity yet to try and recuperate some of his missing HP and shield. Noxie trying to make sure that he holds these walls to ensure that his duo gets back up to a safety net range, but Mordecai, he's hurt, but he's still managing to stay up and running for the time being. Chaos and Chance, meanwhile, they're going to take this quick pause in the action to activate some of their Flowberry Fizz. Nitro Splash comes out, and it's looking like a full-on disengage. They spotted out. There's even more traction to the area, and they don't want to stick around for it. In fact, Chance getting absolutely clipped on that escape route. Noxie and Crisp as well, looking as though they want to try and close in, find that secondary elimination, but now that they're wary of a team that's just a little bit further up on that mountain face, it's going to make things even more problematic for them when they look for their escape and disengage, and they might even just look to take the challenge directly onto Noisy. He doesn't seem to really recognize the fact that Crisp and Noxie have scurried out of their box and could even be wrapping around this mountain to challenge.
Yeah, that angle was just no good for Noisy. You didn't see them slide out, and I don't even think they knew that Mordecai was in the base at that point, but Trashy and Threats taking on notable names here in Turtle Tavern and TK with a quick and swift elimination here in just the opening moments. Meanwhile, Cold and Acorn find their mark, and this is onto Death NYC, just on the rotate on the outskirts here. And I couldn't even tell you how this all played out because they are deep in the storm right now. So obviously someone overstood their welcome. Death likely coming around here to try to play for a save on his teammate, but no, actually just a knock. So yeah, all types of questions in store as to why Death was way out at the sandy steps without a duo mate.
He might have been looking for a reboot opportunity.
No, he
and
got
that
knocked. That's what I thought at first, but he got knocked and then finished. So I have no clue why he was over here.
It could also just be like last minute scrap pickups, because you have to remember a lot of what Clicks and Veno have been doing in past weeks is they've been staying a little bit longer than some would initially anticipate in tanking up some of those early storm ticks, because they like to go for those dead side rotates. And we saw them get their surge online really early, so if they have been lingering, that might have been the theory there for Death and Edgy. But you also have to remember that Death and Edgy, they've also gone for a little bit of a later switch up in their initial drop. They were originally contesting Mongrel and Mr. Savage over at Cliffside Lodge, but after things didn't necessarily pan in their favor during semis, they shifted to being at that split between Primo Pumps and the Dam Bridge, and that's an area that is potentially triple contested today. I know they've been dealing with Vorteca and Paco at that drop, but there's also the a chance for Cirque and Havoc to be present there, so maybe Death and Edgy, if you're dealing with a triple contest at your initial drop, you're probably just looking for more loot, probably just hoping that no one else is out that far in the storm with you. It's just very unfortunate that they happen to run into Acorn and Cold along the way.
Yeah, and talk about teams, you know, setting up ambushes, looking for one another, storm fights. I mean, there's a lot going on here. There's a team rotating south right now, first of all, through the riverside underneath Chubbs and Skittles. They're going to catch wind of that here shortly. And there it is. It's actually Rapid in company. It's Batman Booga there who gets up to the top as well. Chubbs and Skittle have to give up their spot. This is going to give all the information away to G-Money as well, and you can see what the strat was. Obviously trying to hold down that flaming hoop boost there for the rotate. Chubbs and Skittles likely would have otherwise come up on some eliminations there onto G-Money, so it does seem like G-Money and Reciprocal can count their lucky stars right now.
Not only that, but I think for Reciprocal and G-Money as well, again, we're seeing some teams just kind of straggling a little further behind the rest. You can look even slightly south of where G-Money and Reciprocal are on the mini-map. There's another duo still present, and it's seemingly, it could be Sprite and, hey, I'm just, yeah, that's just, it's just crazy to think about, though, these teams just straggling a little bit further behind. But again, when you do have access to those flaming boost tubes, part of the danger of opting to rotate with them is you never know when a team might just be camping, trying to find an easy elimination.
Well, here we have it in the coming moments. We are going to see very likely a Storm Surge trigger. Warn the lobby here that they will have to take a fight here shortly. Meanwhile, our reigning champions, Peterbot, Oyo, sizing up, eyeing up Vino and Clicks. They're going to find a couple tags there. But again, given the new meta, given the new adjustments, all of these fights, much different results come at the tail end of taking a battle, trading and exchanging. If you start losing your heals come the early and mid game, you're going to be in a world of trouble if you don't finish that fight and get a refresh. That's just where we are right now. So we're seeing much more teams disengage, at least amongst the top tier, right? The top elites are not overcommitting. And then you have these other scrappy duos straight taking a fight to the lobby, really is what we're seeing go down right here. But talking about big fights, Shadow and Virgo here, a battle for position right now, as Peterbot and Boya have been stopped on their rotate.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem, is that it only seems like a temporary halt, but it might continue to work even further against Virgo and Shadow. We saw Peterbot and Pollo disengaging from Clicks and Veno. They got some shield damage. They knew they had their tags. They wanted to just keep it moving because Peterbot and Pollo love holding players on the edge of zone, and it has been a easy to replicate cycle for them, but when they get caught out slightly themselves, doesn't seem like it's going to deter their mental. But Virgo and Shadow, they're now forced to essentially reconsider whether or not they want to essentially follow that same path that they just saw Pollo and Peterbot embark upon. Got them directly in front, trying to get some shots, but you've got to connect. Virgo instead just going to alert Peterbot and Pollo of his exact location, and unlike his shot exchange, Peterbot is not going to miss with that Mythic Combat Assault Rifle. So, and now Virgo, Shadow potentially find themselves getting held one more time.
Man, there's a big storm base there, just a surge base looking inwards. We jump in real quick with Victor V and Paper, who are coming to essentially pick up the scraps here of what's left over at the bunker, find themselves their attachments, and rotate out. Looking at the loadout for Victor, it's not looking the greatest here, as they are just reliant, heavily reliant on white heals, but it's not the worst, given the fact that Flowberry Fizz is also in hand here. Might be time to actually utilize that and get a rotate going. Iamzo, Tayson, Clicks, Vino in the distance there. Two of the teams that they're going to have to cross past, but instead they land on top of, so this is telling us they have not gotten into enough action here come the early game. They're desperate for a fight right now. And this is a very, very interesting clash here, because you're looking at what essentially is an extremely veteran duo down in the low ground here, and then an up-and-coming team of Paper and Victor right now. Paper obviously has that veteranship underneath him, but Victor V new to these types of, you know, lobby settings, if you will.
The problem, though, is that Tayson and Yamzo, I know that they were under pressure, so obviously they're not going to take that opportunity to try and get off a medkit or anything like that, but I am actually curious about their white heel situation because both Yamzo and Tayson looked a little bit worse for wear in that initial exchange. That could be part of the reason why Paper and Victor V felt as if that was a push that they could look for initially, but things are definitely heating up here at the Rift Island. A handful of teams looking to try their hand at controlling the capture point up here, or at the very least getting some much needed resources, some much needed material. Source and Poppy, one of our duos, now in a slight skirmish with Batman Booga and Rapid, but Batman Booga, Rapid, they are no fold over duo by any means, Monster. And they look as if they're willing to take a fight, but that's only if Source and Poppy keep pressing the issue. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see Batman Booga or Rapid even opt to try and look for some sort of flank maneuver, because Source and Poppy, they're spending a lot of time committing towards this head-on battle, but Batman Booga and Rapid, they also might not need the damage.
I think this is a really cool fight. Source and Poppy, Batman Booga, Rapid, you know, very much met their match. Again, they disengage. Here's Acorn and Cold. So we knew that they were, you know, clearly coming up pretty big from outside the storm with a set of eliminations. They found another one on the way here. Now, seems like the zone's going to force them to move. Visuals and Braids don't want to stick around for too much longer, as they've already taken what looks to be the bulk of the damage here and likely have exhausted their heals.
Heals aside, Visuals right now just trying to find a path. It's going to be relatively undisturbed. Sprite, though, incredibly hurt just behind. This could be a massive refresh opportunity, but Sprite, he's hungry. You can tell he also needs to get some damage done. Day's gonna be the first to fall, though, and in exchange, Visuals does get knocked, but the trade is good. Braids hoping that he might have an opportunity to go for the revive, but at the same time, no, he's just gotta bail. He does not have the HP to stick around. On top of that, he knows there's already going to be teams based up inside of the edge of zone. You can see Chubbs kind of scoping him out, gauging, is this a solo? And the moment that he's recognized this one, he's probably going to draw the attention of the entire lobby with it.
Oh yeah, they know he's a solo. They've been looking at him make this rotate this entire time. And the sad part about it, they catch those 2 eliminations, which helps them beat the surge, but no heals are dropped. So Braids knew immediately, I got to get out of here. And that's just a tough spot to be in. Meanwhile, Kanata and Cooper, we were so curious as to whether or not they'd be able to come up with a strong Storm Surge strategy. And you can see that they didn't quite make one, right? They're trying to box fight right now in the mid game, which tells us that they did not get enough early game tags. Their towers either didn't reveal to them enough, you know, teams to take a fight, or it just wasn't enough activity. So we're gonna see Kanata and Cooper face the, you know, the other side of the coin, if you will, for when big adjustments happen right during this huge event right here. So now for Raze and Curly, though, Raze has to play for the pickup.
Wow.
Agers just comes in and clutches up on behalf of his duo. So tough turn of events here. I don't even know if Agers is going to be able to make it out the zone. It's going to be super close. Look, it's moving right now, and he's right behind Dash and Seek.
Yeah, but the moment they look back for even a split second, it takes one tag, and then Agers is just doomed. He does have 2 bottles of Flowberry Fizz to work with, so that'll at least be a saving grace for the time being, but he has to stay ahead of this storm. He can't afford to take any excessive tick damage when he's already just so low on his HP as is. Other teams bound to spot him out as a solo as well. Curly and Raze, they might have just sabotaged all 3 teams in the process. Almost wonder what would have happened if it had just been an initial exchange between Rise and Agers, Cooper and Kanata. Instead, now all 3 of those teams not looking to be set in a position where they're going to be able to play out a successful late game.
Look at this extremely clever rotate from Booga and Aviv. Deciding to rotate once the pressure started to build up. That's a call that you only make by being exposed to lobby focus in the past, right? Over the years in the FNCS lobby. Very, very smart decision there to get out of there before things took a turn for the worse, before the material counts will really affect it. I'm seeing Ritual's HP chunk away, but it does seem like he managed to pop a Nuka-Cola or something to stay in the game right here. But look at this, Paco, Vorteca. This is the same spot Bugha and company were just in, so it doesn't surprise me other teams are shooting in. All these teams right here seem to be very much aggressive.
Agers, though, still lingering as a solo on that low ground, just kind of hoping that all these duos surrounding him choose to get a move on. Maybe if he just continues trailing ever so slightly behind those last-minute rotational teams, he might manage to go unnoticed for a few placements longer. That's really all that this is about at this point when you are left in that kind of solo position. But Re and Ritual, ample amounts of crash pads to work with, and granted, the lack of white heals could be a concern, but the Nitro Splash is going to help them work their way up this mountain face, and this is where the shifts in elevation could really pose a threat to some of these teams. Clix and Veno going to get split for a moment, but Clix, quick as ever, manages to stay on pace with this duo. He's got to be careful, though. A lot of congestion starting to build at the bottom of this mountain face.
This is very good by them, though. They're going in, move nice and early. We saw every team we saw moving right away. They moved as soon as the zone revealed itself. This is, again, experience starting to kick in here. Players noticing there is a real danger in staying on the low ground here, moving with everyone else and allowing teams to get situated, find those quirky angles to look down. Meanwhile, Tayson, though, in the box fight here, doing exactly what he does best alongside Yamza, and that's finding damage, finding tags, but they have a lot of attention coming in on them. Teams are seeing opportunity here open up, and no heals produced by those eliminations. They're just left to continue to work on what little bit that they have right there. So that's their first eliminations right there. Really picking up. You get to see it from a different perspective. It was the Nitro that kind of kicked this one off that started this whole thing.
Poor Nerdface, man. You've just got two players, Nitro shoulder bashing your wall. I mean, most of the time you don't even really get an opportunity to react, as we just saw. But Quanti and Yapko, they are above the rest of the lobby currently. Granted, this is super early MDF. I don't really expect them to invest too much of their material in tarping outwards, trying to hold height from this position, especially with the way the zone is pulled. But that option for the launch pad, they can go for a slightly later rotate than some of these other teams, and I think remain unseen as well, since they'll be that much higher above the rest of the lobby.
Quanti and Japko, like you said, being up here is just peak positioning, quite literally. Very, very good spot to be in. Vino and Clix, highly elevated as well. Again, this is the result, though, of having Flowberry Fizz late in the game. A few teams we saw rotating did not have that luxury. Bugha and Aviv being one of them. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, Tayson falls, Threats falls. And that was far outside the zone, so unfortunately could not find their footing in time. Agers makes a top 20, though. You got to respect that. Being solo, earning them placement points. You saw how desperate and worse for wears he was. But look at this. Quanti and Japko end up utilizing that launch pad that, of course, is positioned right up top of the place that they just were, and then find themselves new positioning here for the next rotate.
I don't think anybody even recognizes the fact that these two are just all by their lonesome currently, just trying to rebuild, opt for another crash pad movement set, and joining everyone else that's moving towards this next front side of zone. They want to try and stake their position towards that low ground on the front side, but they're going to have company building up rather quickly here. So wouldn't be surprised to see them opt for a layer switch in the near future, but for right now, it's all about Cold and Acorn. They've got a mid-ground position. They've taken note, though, of Victor V inside of his box, immediately sent to scatter. Victor V barely managing to cling on, and there was just so much pressure being applied to his box. The moment that he drops trying to escape, he gets knocked by a separate duo in the lobby. It's going to be Bryce credited for that one, but Cold, Acorn, they've taken their opportunity. They saw all those duos dropping to the low ground, so they're opting to crank up instead.
Notice what all these teams have in common. They all switched to metal the moment they landed in these completely foreign layers, right? And that just kind of shows you how how wary every team is right now. So unpredictable when you have such a big rotate, a big elevation change like that. But Acorn and Cold are going to be the first to go ahead and claim for high ground. And this is honestly pretty early. This is a very early high ground. Now, again, granted they kind of just landed here. I don't expect them to, you know, do too much with this, given that, yeah, look, they're barely even held up, and they're just going to have to fight here to see if they can find a refresher. It's going to be Noxie and Crisp. Hurt team right here, so singling out Noxie on the backside. Crisp comes around to his save, but no, Cold gets traded out there, not before getting the exchange. Acorn has to hit this shot. Almost caught with his pickaxe out for a second there. Forced to go into a medkit, and there are so many medkits there. Meanwhile, Boog and Aviv timed it much better. Wait for the opportunity, assess the situation, and now go for height. And they come up here, what looks to be off the backs of a refresher. They actually have hard mats to go ahead and solidify this. This could be a Booga and Aviv game 1 win right now, as it's going back up and over the mountain. Muzz and Epic will have to be extremely careful here. You can see they're running out of space to actually work with.
All things considered, though, when you think about how semis went for Muzz and Epic, this is a welcome effort here in lobby number 1 from this dynamic duo. Epic and Muzz, though, might get a little bit caught out. Veno, though, gonna lose clicks, has to make this rotate by himself. Tries to get tagged in onto Spinks, but he's gonna get blocked off by the wall instead. Veno, a victim of the lobby now. Shadow instantly return fired upon, and it's all down to Virgo to keep clutching out this run.
Still, every team we see alive right now are teams to look out for. We are inside the top 10 of an FNCS Grand Finals kickoff game. Sphinx and Tony also alive down in the low ground, but on height with so much room to work with here is Booga and Aviv, and the pressure is coming down. And honestly, Aviv has positioned himself on ultimate height, just a layer above that. The tag from Aviv really putting on the flex here, showcasing 7 eliminations now. What a position to be in here. Meanwhile, the low ground, everyone continuing to fight here. Muzz just getting to work, finding his 4th elimination and a top 3 now. And Quanti and Japco focus their efforts to high ground. This is perfect for Muzz down low ground.
But the problem right now, Yapko, he has exactly 0 builds left. He's trying to hope for a chop opportunity, but he still has to worry about this solo underneath him. It's Muzz. Muzz trying to go for the even exchange, scrambling around the bottom, but he's going to find himself with a 3rd place finish. And now, Booga dropping from above, an eagle from his perch, waiting for the right moment to strike. Booga and Aviv, we saw when they overtook Height MDF, and the world of difference was just that material count, that timing. It was impeccable.
Yeah, it looked like they found the perfect refresh opportunity as the layers started to change, and then they sniped high ground directly from underneath all the teams that were fighting on those mid-ground layers. That was a perfect game for Booga and Aviv. They came into this end game already in a successful position. They had a ton of eliminations, but the fact that they managed to clean up most of what was left, especially right here in the low ground, they secure all of these points to themselves, which is perfect. And you can see Yapko just caught in a world of trouble there, but still a 2nd place for those teams is very, very well. That's a lot of points there, Taco.
Yeah, it's definitely a really strong opener, but man, Aviv from the high ground with that mythic hand cannon, absolutely disgusting work. Excited to see what happens next, but we'll have more FNCS Grand Finals action right after this short break.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS game number 1 of Grand Finals. And man, does it kick off crazy. We had just a wild game with Bugha and Aviv going crazy, picking up just the first victory royale of the day with 9 eliminations against Quanti and Yapko. But to start kind of game number 1, Vivid, and to have your World Cup champion paired up with Aviv come out and get game number 1, we are in for a treat this weekend.
Listen, there are seasons where a lot of people kind of don't include Bugha in the conversation, and he always just pulls something out, right? It's always like the grand finals come around and Bugha just boom, activated. Big cheese Aviv on the higher ground, hitting some amazing shots. But this is just a classic zone, right? Bugha's been in this situation many a times, messing around with the higher ground over by these mountain zones, but it is important to kind of throw out here, right? Bugha and Aviv, of course, landing up north. This zone point fairly north right now, so kind of advantageous for them in that regard, but still wonderful game played by them. Surprised to see them on high, honestly.
Yeah, it definitely was advantageous for them throughout the whole game. By zone 6, they already had 4 eliminations while all the other teams are slowly starting to rotate in. And Bugha and Aviv just taking the perfect time to take height there, holding it a little too high for a little long, but clearly that didn't affect them in any way. However, I do have to give a shout out to Muzz, who seemed to be doing quite the work for Bugha and Aviv on the low ground against Quanti and Yapko. I felt like Muzz was able to kind of hold his own and end up getting a 3rd place in that game. So, I mean, it's Muzz, it's Epic Whale. I think that there was a lot of kind of questions on how they were going to be performing this weekend, and getting a 3rd place in game 1 is a great way to start your run.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I can tell you right now, right, I saw Muzz chatting up in the Aussie stream, and he was literally talking about how, he saw that kind of slurp cacti nerf come in, and Muzz was so happy, right? So clearly something with their game plan, right, kind of leans into that. They're happy about that, and as you can see right here. But again, it is also important to kind of mention this is a North Point zone. I'll be excited to see how Muzz and all these other like northern teams kind of adapt when it's not so Northern Point zone. But yeah, I mean, Muzz and Epic, well, very, very hard to kind of count them out in these types of games. I mean, that 6X, the 3X in their names, they're FNCS titles. They mean something, right? We're going to see these guys in grand finals. We're going to see them in the end games.
Yeah, they're really looking to set a tone for the weekend, right? Let's take it to the standings. I want to kind of see how things are starting to shape up after just game number 1. Remember, we have 6 today, 6 tomorrow for a grand total of 12. So nobody panic. Everything's chill. 101 points on Aviv and over on Bugha with the first victory royale of the day. I did want to highlight Yapko and Quanti there. They did manage to find the 2nd place finish there with 7 eliminations as well. At one point, we kind of tuned in with them, right? And they were sitting on top of that mountain. And then they're like, okay, we got to try and hold down the high ground. A few little change of hands there, but still 2nd place from the duo. That's momentum.
You seriously got to tip your hat to that position that you're kind of mentioning, Zeke, right? Like being posted up on top of a mountain that has that jump pad, they land all the way to the southeast corner of the map, right? Like I was imagining no south teams to kind of do well over top of mountainous zone that pulls up north like that, but they actually had one of the best positions in the game. So whoever made that call, very, very good call. And then they kind of just played their game throughout. 2nd place, huge for the duo.
Yeah, they did a good job transitioning from having that height on top of the mountain and then rotating that kind of into like a middle ground hold, and using the static launch pad to rotate over all the way onto dead side to kind of get an understanding of where the rest of the lobby was going to be. Definitely helped pad out their end game there. But speaking of padding out, we have our list right here of Aviv and Bugha. 101 points to start things off. Of course, Yapko and Quanti in 2nd place, and Bryce and Bolts in 3rd.
Yeah, they look to have a strong performance right at the gate, right? Again, Bolt's a previous champion as well. I mean, just look at this, just top 10, right? Just a wild list of players. I mean, we even saw Clicks there for a moment and Veno in 10th place. Acorn and Cole for a moment had height there in 10th moving. And like the moment you see them on height, Vivid, we kind of both had the same reaction. Ooh, them on height?
I mean, yeah, it's seriously awesome, right? We did see that they were contested. It's only going to be by 1 team. I say, only, still kind of a disadvantage in that regard. But the fact that they kind of made it all spawn means that we could maybe look towards that UI a little bit more and hopefully see them kind of make it to the end games. But yeah, they did have that higher ground. I saw that their mats were dwindling down. They recognized that. Cole jumps in a box. Unfortunately, it's 1 eliminations, but then gets knocked down and Acorn can't get out of the storm.
Yeah, they were very patient with their height take there and then willing to give it up once it started to be dominated over. So I really like that out of Acorn and Cold. And I mean, obviously, it's Acorn and Cold. They're going to perform so well today. And this is a great start to the competition.
Yeah, another duo we mentioned at the start of the show, Victor V and Paper, right? A duo we want to see end in that top 10 placement, or at least claim one of these top 10s going to the global championships as well. Currently sitting in 11th place after just the first game. Again, we're just trying to build momentum, right? We're trying to build a plan. Again, remind yourselves that the cactus change went in not that long ago. So we're still seeing kind of everyone adapt to not only that, but the meta within the meta, Vivid, of the competition itself, how everyone's kind of doing and adapting moment to moment, game to game. And I mean, I just want to see these guys soar, man. That's all I want.
I mean, they were in such a good position. I was wondering actually what happened. It looks like the lobby spray kind of just came in, caught them both off guard. They had so many good materials. They were above so high on the Storm Surge. And then, yeah, that spray comes in. They take so much damage. Unfortunate, but still picked up a couple of points.
Yeah, and they actually, did exactly what you said they were going to do, Vivid. Victor V and Paper making a great rotation with those flame loops, and it helped them out a little bit, but obviously in-game, not exactly what they wanted to see there. But they still have 5 more games today and 6 more games tomorrow.
Yep, and don't forget, 1.5 times multiplier tomorrow. But that's a tomorrow thing. Right now, we focus back in. Game number 2 is ready for us. So everyone hop on the battle bus. Let's run it.
Thank you, Zeke. And yeah, something really surprising about that top 10 to me is that there are names on there that were a part of all of our buildup in the coming weeks that had a short performance, right? Just that game number 1. So I do expect that top 10 to change, Taco.
Yeah, but I mean, I think when it's only lobby 1 of 6 on the day, MDF, and then factoring in that 1.5 times multiplier for day 2, I'm definitely expecting some pretty big switch ups. And you never know, even as we approach the halfway point later on today, I think it's always exciting because we noticed in EU teams certainly developing and adapting new methods for success throughout the course of things. So I want to see what happens here in game 2.
Excellent job so far. Game number 2 is going to kick off here for the grand finals of the North American region. Coming out of game 1, I really want to emphasize that we have still yet to see, right? Kanata Cooper pop off. We're gonna see Miro and Pink, right, find their stride. We're gonna see all these other teams that we know that are absolutely capable of being juggernauts in the final days, in the final coming moments, still make an appearance here, right? Tace and Iamzo. There are so many teams that are yet to show their true capabilities. That is kind of what excites me about this entire event, because we're just starting. So the adjustments are going to happen. The day 2 performances are going to be the most critical, because that is where the points really start to ramp up. But you've got to create a strong foundation first, and failing to pursue big points in one game, Taco, can definitely be detrimental to you.
Yeah, and right now, Cirque, he's got plenty of weapons, but his duo has been knocked. It looks as though Death and Edgy were able to get that 1-for-1 trade, but Edgy's actually been full eliminated. And keep in mind, we also saw Astray, Vorteca, and Paco just off a little bit further in the distance. So if this doesn't wrap up quickly, it could be Vorteca and Paco prospering at the end of it. Death has managed to find an opportunity, though, to get some shield. But now Vorteca instantly pushing, not going to allow for that pickup onto Havoc from Cirque. But at the same time, still a 1 versus 2 situation if you are Death. And Death, he might have actually had an opportunity to snag Edgy's reboot card and then immediately disengage. It looks like he's created a little bit of space, but at the same time, pushed out from the drop before getting a real opportunity to loot it out as thoroughly as he would have liked.
And just really quickly, the pickup went through, so no elimination credit for Death there.
Yeah.
Straight sniped by Paco and Vorteca, but Tony and Noisy, this is a repeat, I'd say, overall performance here at the drop, as Crazy and Oliver OG have tended to have the, I'd say, the best record of defending this outskirts location here. I can't speak too much for game number 1, as we didn't see Oliver OG and Craze make it too far. However, this is going to be the story of the weekend, I think, for Craze, Oliver OG, and Tony, of course, is that there's going to be a lot going on here, a lot of back and forth. Coming out of that first game, though, I do believe Tony's team was the team that actually won, so this is a big change of events for him.
Well, not only that, you almost have to feel a bit, though, for Oliver OG and Craze. It's nice to see them with those 2 eliminations. Shows that at least the beginning, they were able to pop off in comparison to what may have gone a little bit south in last lobby. And that hand cannon, nasty shot there from Oliver. But he's been contested pretty heavily at that drop there on the breezy coast. And it's surprising, too, because it's an outskirts position on the map, right? Far northeast, so you don't really anticipate to be so much attention sort of fixated towards that spot, but for some teams, it's just their priority.
Let's see what Tony's got right here. Ooh, big tags come in. Steps up when it matters, though, finding his shotgun tags. And this is onto Vert's duo. This is at the Mount Olympus, fully contested here, getting themselves 2 eliminations. This is now back-to-back successful wins for them on the drop. Meanwhile, talking about teams that have really had a tough time with drop spots, Mixon and Blaha back-to-back now here. I mean, we saw what happened before. They touched down. Phenom and Ziggy beat them to the punch, got the weapons first, took them out immediately. This go around, not as fast as the last one, as Blaha and Mixon at least get to, get a little playtime going here, but I mean, it's just a matter of moments, right?
That's certainly what it's feeling like. Phenom, though, a little bit of pressure from Baha, but unfortunately, the numbers are just stacked against him. His HP practically at nothing left. Phenom and Ziggy just look for that split angle approach, and sure enough, it was inevitable for Blaha to escape there in that one. MDF, it would have taken a massive, I think, slip up from Ziggy or Phenom for them to lose that exchange. And traction's also picking up elsewhere. Mount Olympus, keep in mind, we saw Kylie also get eliminated earlier on, but Z-Link and Antonio, the question is, were they able to essentially recover some of the HP they've lost? But they managed to hold their own, push back Paper and Victor V, at least for a moment. That could be very valuable time in order to recover the HP, and it seems like they feel even more confident to possibly even just keep taking shots from a distance. Victor and Paper pausing for a moment, but I like this idea, though, from Victor V and Paper. I like the fact that they're trying to get aggressive early on, because I think that a lot of teams have sort of recognized the fact that without those surge cacti on the map, it is a lot easier to establish a surge threshold earlier on, or at least as easy as it's going to be in any grand set lobby, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you as far as trying to find surge early on is going to be super important. I'm trying to be conscious of the fact that they also might be just rotating to what will be the eventual congested side. Like the teams come in from the south, right, from the southern areas, because they're kind of sweeping around that zone threshold there. But looking at Bugha Navi's points just looks, I mean, it doesn't even feel right. Triple digits after game number 1 is just ridiculous. I don't know if we even have stats to show us, like, has Bugha in the past ever had such a strong start? Because that is about as good of a start as I think we've ever seen a team kind of kick off a game 1, especially someone as, again, tenured as Bugha there. But back to Muzzin, Epic Whale, they have really found their stride with the recent changes, and maybe it's because of this. Everyone knows that Muzz in particular has some of the best aim, and he's one of the fastest, right, when it comes down to the mechanics side of it. Take our focus back to the old solo All-Stars days. I mean, there was a reason he was the All-Star of that event.
Yeah, I mean, Muzz has been very vocal, at least in Aussie Antics chat especially, about how much he's enjoying seeing these surge cacti changes overnight. Same case scenario there for Epic Whale, but they had a pretty successful lobby 1, and I kind of want to readdress what you were thinking about Bugha. And that last lobby was actually his first victory royale in an FNCS finals for this chapter, specifically in chapter 5. So yeah, Bugha is definitely a player that you kind of expect consistency from, and I think especially paired with a V, that duo has had a lot of really high moments throughout their pairing and through this season specifically. But I think that surge cacti change, a lot of people, or at least as far as public perception is concerned, you're looking more towards Redline Rig because you expect it. Okay, well, now that Mythic Combat Assault Rifle, but more specifically, that Machinist Medallion, that's got to be the focal point of this season now, because it is just such a strong medallion in comparison to what the other two offer, especially in the hands of Peterbot and Pollo.
Here at the Grand Glacier, though, let's get a little temperature change for a second right now. Flo and Sigma found themselves in a little bit of a fight. They're going to actually pursue the solo that's trying to escape right now and leave the duo behind. Oh, but look at this. Not even deciding to chase recklessly, making sure that they are well equipped and well prepared. And this is perfect that their timing just works out fast enough that they're able to utilize those crash pads. But Craze might have parked down a little too soon. And this is a little too easy to spot out here, Craze. You did not do a good job of hiding at all, by any means. So Flo and Sigma should be able to finish this one up here. First, though, Nitro comes out. Yep, they're trying to get right in that box to tag before the wall goes down. And just like that, they come up on their first elimination. Refresh is going to be very much welcomed here. And look, the duo that was hot on their heels, switching up their rotate here, not looking to, white line their way directly into Flo and company. They're going to mix it up. Meanwhile, Vino and Clicks, no strangers, again, to playing the Sandy Steps area. This is their literal backyards, continuing the strat here. This time, though, see the walls are down because Vino doesn't trust anyone to be potentially, right, hiding out in these tunnelways.
Can't blame him, especially when you factor in that one of the duos closest to him currently, Ian and DKV, these two were essentially poaching upon Veno and Clicks throughout semis, just really following Veno and Clicks around the map, essentially heckling them pretty heavily even, and it did have, I think, a little bit of an impact on Veno and Clicks' overall performance when that was occurring. And now, one more time, they find themselves caught up for a moment, but that could be a very open-ended match that Veno's more than welcome to take on, especially knowing that it could be a huge opportunity for just their overall surge damage threshold. Mongrel and Mr. Savage, though, this is a duo that has really been, I think, shaking things up pretty heavily in the NAC. And I know that when they initially made the move, they were one of the last teams out of all those EU players that came over to even announce the fact that they had moved over to compete for Major 3 here in NAMDF. And yet we saw them closing it off in semis with such a strong top 10 performance. You have to, it's hard not to be excited for this team. If they could just replicate that same level of success here in the grand finals throughout today and tomorrow, we're looking at them with the possible qual opportunity. And for Mongrel, that would just be massive.
Yeah, if nothing else, they bring so much excitement to the broadcast, to the entire competitive region. And, at the start of this game, I was rattling off names, right, that we just have yet to see. Peterbot and Pollo is in that conversation. Definitely Mongrel and Savage were missed in that conversation as well. But it just goes to show you how many notable greats exist already that have not quite found their stride just yet. But that was, again, only the first kickoff, right? If you can climb your way out of that one, kind of get your head back on the right side of the fence here, you'll be in good shape. But look at this, Jopko and Ponty, second place team coming into things. We got a replay for you guys, hot and ready off the press. This one's onto Reet, onto Ritual, already in the early game, slowing down what is the little bit of momentum that Reet was building up there, but Ritual seems like he might have slipped away and got the save onto Reet, so the run's not over just yet.
But at the same time, that's bound to put a little bit of a damper into their overall surge strategy, because now they're going to have to spend time recovering some of those much-needed material, much-needed resources. Ritual's rocking a relatively strong loadout, especially since he has those two Nuka-Colas, but it's about what Reet can manage to finagle up as they look to press their way inwards towards that next edge of zone. And they might even opt to stick around a little bit longer here, maybe hoping that that duo that Ritual is just taking shots at actually crosses their path so that they can make up for some of the time they just lost there on that reboot.
Yeah, I think they're going to wipe that whole place clean of all the metal. There's no way you're going to give up that metal this early in the game when, you're not going to find another spot like that. If anything, they're actually extremely lucky that spot wasn't, fully swiped clean. But jumping over to Boyo and Peterborough who play for the first Rift Island spawn up right now. What a tag from Boyo. Oh my gosh. Big one.
What a tower.
You want that right there for sure.
It's just the fact that the Surge base is eye level with Rift
eye to eye
Island.
with the eye.
So you don't really see that too often. Granted, it is because of the fact that it's situated on the top of a hill just northeast of where Shipwreck Shallows, and that's currently what Rift Island is over right now. But Peterborough and Pollo, if they actually get a hold of the mythic hand cannon that's available here, which I think has to be part of their intention to be up here in the first place, because you're looking at a duo that's, at least as far as Pollo is concerned, they're capped on their horde material. Sure, you can always clear things out for a little bit more of cap on your wood as well, but they're essentially gatekeeping the rest of Rift Island now from everybody else surrounding them. Rise and Agers as well, still fixated at the Shipwreck Shallows, and they're gonna have to be careful about how they actually choose to move, because normally you see teams pull towards the underside of that Rift Island because they want to use those rifts for mid-game rotates, but that might be much more problematic now with Peterborough and Pollo there.
I find this to be very interesting. Cold finds a tag, but they want nothing to do with the teams that were able to see them just moments ago, and they go for the kind of sweeping rotate here through this build. Meanwhile, Z-Link, a bit of a standoff. Victor V, no paper. It does seem like Victor V and Paper might be seeing their first early lobby send-off here, but let's see what Victor V is made of. He is going to pop a little shield there. That's going to give him some confidence. Beautiful tag there. Can't count him out just yet. Both of these guys are just a single headshot away from also being down. So anything can still happen. Victor V has an opportunity here, but Antonio and Z-Link look to be positioned very well, and there it is. Beautiful angle for Z-Link. Finds himself the fourth elimination for this duel, and that's a lot of elims in the mid game there, Taco. I mean, what a big game for Antonio and Z-Link right now.
That is definitely a pretty aggressive playstyle that they've had to kick things off here in the second lobby. But I can't help but think that Victor V, he might have done just enough damage to kind of play a little bit of spoiler there towards Antonio and Z-Link, because clipping Antonio out of his shield entirely, that's going to be a moment where that duo is going to have to pause now, going to have to wait for him to heal up, whereas they could have initially been taking that opportunity to just rotate a little bit quicker. They're probably hoping for a more clean exchange on that elimination than what they were able to find. Still, at the very least, getting the point security off of that elimination credit is always going to be a nice feeling.
Feeling a little bit concerned right now for Reet and Ritual here. We already know that Reet was just rebooted. These run-out fights like this are going to surely work against them. They seem the ones to be pushing the case here, which I like that. I like that they're trying to take control of this, and there it is. That's the update. They know what they're doing. This fight was started for a reason. It's because they are very much below the surge here. Great tags are going to kind of sneak their way in, but they're going to need finishes here.
Yeah, and they know that they're essentially working against the clock as we speak. Reet and Ritual, they don't need this just for that surge damage either, MDF. I think that this is a very welcome refresh, especially in terms of material cap count, as Reet is actually going to find that first knock onto Raze. Now it's just a race to the finish here. He's trying to track down Curly, trying to secure yet another massive pump shot, but instead, pressure from the side. Reet never had a chance to even see it coming, but that last tag did put them just above that surge damage threshold. But now, look at the shots from the sides. The rest of the lobby has taken note of this exchange, and they want their own piece of it.
But look, Curly sniped most of the loot and ran off with it. Now, Reet luckily does find the big shields from that, but Curly took all the mats.
That just hurt. It hurts to even watch. It hurts to look at, because all of their hard work, and now to just come up short like that, and yet they have so much distance to cross as well, and they know we've already got teams still staring us down, whereas Curly, he's at least managed to push a little bit further north, slightly better position, might even be able to just squeak his way into one of those rifts surrounding, but I just don't expect it. Actually, no, excuse me, Curly, he's gonna have no other option but to try and go for that launch pad.
Yeah, he was actually just looking to put a little sabotage in there, upset, I think, at the fact that he was You know, of course, targeted and lost his teammate there. Tries to give them a little payback on the way out. But yeah, look, you can add up Re and Ritual's material counts, and Curly still had more. So yeah, pretty tough loss. You know, it's yeah, it's part of the game though, right? Like, that's gonna happen. You gotta secure your elims, obviously, and when it's a 2v1, there's no excuse. So Chubbs and Skittles, though, showing us how it's done. Jumps right into the broken builds there.
I just can't believe how fast things have felt as far as the pacing so far here today, MDF. I mean, I know watching EU, I mean, we knew that the mid-game action was going to be popping off over across the pond here in NA, but it really doesn't feel like we are halfway through this lobby at this point. And Chubbs and Skittles, the fact that they are 81 below despite having 3 eliminations, these surge damage thresholds, you would have expected them to be a little bit lower in comparison to what we've seen in the past with the removal of that surge cacti regeneration feature, but instead, things have actually been slightly crossing the thresholds that we've been seeing in the past.
Yeah, that is a wild thing to think about, that we're in grand finals settings and the average number of exchanges and the damage basically is just way higher. So what does that tell us? More people are likely using their full inventories, right? Going through the shields, going through the heals, and these fights are probably ending as well. There's a lot of teams, even in this game right here, that are just looking like they are in really, really bad shape. Chubbs and Skittles obviously being one of the ones on camera. We just came out of Re and Ritual's perspective, and you can see them there, a little glimpse in the distance that they're not looking good at all right now, even if they have the damage that they need. And the feed is lighting up. I saw Mongrel fall. I saw Mr. Savage fall already. Like, there are teams that we expect to do very well that are having a really, really tough time right now. And talking about Re and Ritual, Re is down right now, getting pushed by Antonio and company, and that's no good. They're done.
Yeah, and I mean, even when we look at Chubbs' last situation, he used every single one of his heals just to survive those Storm Surge ticks. So his next rotate, essentially, into the heat of battle with all these other teams surrounding, I just don't see that boding super well for him. Vorteca and Paco, meanwhile, they've at least got 4 eliminations to work with, but again, another team just barely managing to stay above that damage threshold, but more importantly still, kind of getting held by the lobby right now. They've got to be really careful, because look who's right above them. It's Booga and Aviv, and these two are lined up, and it's such an ideal height position. They're able to try and control the flow of how the lobby actually rotates around them.
And you can see that just game number 1 that concluded was Booga's first time ever starting an FNCS off with a win. And they haven't done much this game already, but the fact that they're here, the fact that they are alive, that's all they need, because placement points are right around the corner now. They do have to survive this very treacherous coming minute, which is basically the battle against the Surge to find damage here shortly, because they are the team holding that threshold right now, just barely above it. Meanwhile, more pressure coming in from other teams in the vicinity here, but they're going to be one of the last to rotate due to it.
Funny though, from Baka and Pars just shooting out Booga's floor, forcing him to drop a little bit of builds, but again, Blueberry Fizz, Crash Pad, that's about as easy of a rotate as you could hope for. And Booga even going to opt to take advantage of some of this River of Styx water surrounding restored reels. He's got those underworld dashes, but so does everybody else in this lobby. Expect some really aggressive takes, some really aggressive box fights as well from Peterbot and Pollo. This is a duo. Keep in mind, everyone kind of commending Peterbot for his ability to utilize these underworld dashes so efficiently whenever he's challenging players inside of their boxes for fights.
Oh yeah, it's gonna feel like, last season for him for sure. At this point, that's right where he wants to be. But tags are coming in. Peterbot and Pollo actually set themselves up pretty decently here as far as material is concerned. I'm not seeing a lot of heals to work with. However, they're in the end game where they do tend to perform best. Now, one thing we are noticing, given that this end game is kind of end on the river right now, it's got a lot of teams down in the low ground. A lot of teams that almost greedily wanted to, of course, pick up some of this underworld dash, you know, mobility here, right? Which opens up tons of tactics, but is it gonna work? We'll have to find out. A lot of teams are facing the troubles now for being down here. Peterbot and Pollo unfortunately could not secure any of those elimination points, but they should be able to get the mats, which is gonna be huge here. Flowberry Fizz is what you want. Will he drop a weapon for it? We'll just have to find out when we tune in again later.
It's the fact that Peterbot was rocking the double mythics there. Goes to show just how much trust Pollo has in his duo. Yapko nearly gets a piece, but player's gonna be able to escape Quanti in a slightly separate layer, but it's only a matter of seconds before Yapko is reunited with his duo. They've taken note of Ziggy's floor, though. They chopped him out momentarily. Ziggy takes some massive damage, but he's not going to get fully pressured out just yet. Still trying to buy a little bit of time, but you could tell Yapko and Quanti, they don't want to let him escape.
Look at this high ground right now. Clicks and Vino. This is a very, very dominant position to be in. Not only that, they have a lot of mats to hold this down. Heavy material to really secure this high ground right now. This is a really, really well-timed take for height. Meanwhile, Peterbot has lost Pollo. He's down here, just destroying players in the low ground right now. Top 17. Can he make it to the top 10? We'll just have to find out. Notable names alive right now. Muzz still up. Acorn and Cold still in this game. Baka once again. Quanti in this end game as well. Booga is still here. These are many of the teams that were inside the top 10 coming out of game 1. Kanata has made it to the end game as well. There are exactly who we expect showing up right now. In position now, Booga has the low ground, Peterbot has the mid, and Clicks and Vino have the high ground.
See, you say that, but I'm looking at Kanatas and Cooper. They are kind of just standing their ground in the low. They might even be able to go hold Yapko and Quanti. They've also got to deal with Acorn just ahead of them. Booga still trying to punch his way up through towards height. Instead gets knocked for it. Clicks and Veno not willing to let that happen. Too much pressure coming from every single direction. And Peterbot actually going to be the one to play real spoiler alert there for Booga and Aviv.
Yeah, actually be the one to finish off Booga there here in the end game. Meanwhile, the high ground starts to get contested against. It's Kanata and Cooper, but Clicks doesn't miss a beat or a tag there, and he sends both of them running here while Vino was just trying to figure out what all was going on there. But Peterbot, we asked if he can make it to top 10. Of course he can, and he is still going here, racking up points, showing us exactly why he is an FNCS champion and the reigning one at that. Here on the North American region, this is definitely his house right now. He's not giving up just yet.
Not only that, but he's still got a hold of that Machinist medallion, gets dropped low one more time, just trying to crash pad his way to safety, but it's not going to be enough. Pars and Baka, though, they've successfully overthrown Height, Clicks, and Veno. The moment that they swapped, they wanted to try and catch up with the rest of the pack. They find themselves more towards the front side of zone. Clicks just tarping through these uncontested layers momentarily, though, and Veno looks like he was at least able to scrap together some pieces, but no, instantly dropped. Baka has come into the mix from out of nowhere. That drop from above, Veno just never had a chance to see it coming.
Yeah, and Kanata landed his tag too from the low ground, but Ager's gonna finish off Kanata. And Ager's just playing such good Fortnite right now. Not only did he clutch up last game to pull in the points, but he did well this game, and now Baka and Pars get to secure themselves their first victory royale of the weekend there, and in strong fashion after taking high ground back from Clicks and Vino. What a game for them. 6 eliminations as well, Taco. That is exactly how you want to start your FNCS.
Yeah, and it just looked like it was going to be such a promising finish there as well for Clicks and Veno, but Pars and Baka, those crash pads plus the Flowberry Fizz, we knew they were going to be a problem as far as maintaining height control is concerned. I also think it was partially just the fact that Clicks and Veno, they wanted to try and control more towards that mid-ground section. They needed a material refresh at that point, but Baka and Pars just managing to get the job done. That is a massive victory royale for them to find in this secondary lobby, MDF, but we'll let the analyst desk break it all down when we get back right after this short break.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2. Whoa, was absolutely crazy. This one goes on over to Baka and Pars, who somehow, some way, stole high ground away from Veno and Clicks in this situation. There was pop-out performances from so many duos, but we want to give credit where credit is due. Baka and Pars get themselves the victory out in game number 2. I mean, what happened, guys? What led to this success?
Wow, what an incredible high ground take. I'm not gonna lie, I had so many question marks. I was like, wait, Clicks and Veno looked like they were so established on the high ground, and then we blanked Baka and Pars on height. Flowberry Fizz effect floating through the sky, and because of the zone that we're actually at, had those dashes available from the river sticks. Use it to dash up on the higher ground. Incredible take.
That was absolutely incredible. So smart to use their environment to their advantage there. Baka and Pars grabbing the second victory royale of the day. I mean, a lot of us, you know, Baka and Pars is an incredible duo. They actually did really well in the recent scrims, but I don't think we were expecting a win this soon out of them.
Yeah, they just decided we're going to take height. It's good. We're going to do this. And yeah, the victory royale, again, we're trying to build momentum, right? We got 12 games to go here and to pick up via VR in game number 2. You know, they feel so good right now. But it's not just them that had really crazy performances, right? I want to turn attention to Veno and Clicks here for a moment. They had the high ground, right? And things were looking good. And the fact that for like a moment, they even got challenged by Kanata and Cooper.
Yeah.
And they actually pushed them off. You know, one thing leads to another. They have to drop down. I mean, it was a wild game, Vivid.
Yeah, incredible defense there. I was like, wow, this looks like it could be a potential high ground retake for Kanata, Cooper, and then even Baka and Pars was kind of involved into the fight. But no, Veno and Clicks both came out of that. They still had the materials to kind of stay up on the high ground, which is, again, why I was so confused. I was like, how did Baka and Pars end up above them? But yeah, losing it there just comes down to such a unique situation. Like, you can scrim so many times, and unless this exact scenario kind of happens where you have to kind of think about players that could potentially have those dashes just because of where you're at on the map, so hard to kind of predict that. Nonetheless, a very good game for the duo.
Yeah, Veno and Clicks showing up strong right now. As we can see in this little spotlight, I think they're currently sitting in 4th place right now with 114 points. That is what everyone wants to see. We know how big Clicks and Veno are. Clicks with what, 60,000 viewers right now on Twitch? It is absolutely insane.
Yeah, what a wild time. Let's take it to the standings. Let's see what we can glean from just 2 games of the FNCS. Please, a reminder, 4 more to go on the day. Bugha and Aviv still holding down that number 1 spot, but look who's just right behind them. It's Yapko, it's Quanti. Guys, this top 5 is already starting to try and pull away. And I think that's kind of what needs to happen, right, Vivid? Especially with that 1.5 times multiplier tomorrow. You just have to slam the leaderboards day 1 with just enough of a bump, like a buffer, to hope that no one else can catch up.
Very hard to fend off the type of players and the type of teams that we kind of have this season, right? That's why everybody's kind of been talking up this season specifically. I mean, every single end game that we've watched so far, it's only been 2 of them, but they have been absolutely stacked. So definitely going to be hard to defend. But speaking of defending right now, Bugha and Aviv managed to actually defend that first place spot on the leaderboard just barely by only 3 points. And got to give a big shout out to Aviv, right? That solo clutch. I feel like game number 2, Kelly, was actually all about the solo clutches almost.
It really was. And Aviv, actually, if I'm not mistaken, around zone 3 was taken down by Epic Whale. So to get the revive and then the solo clutch, you know that Bugha and Aviv are feeling good right now. But there is only a 3-point difference between Bugha and Aviv and Yapko and Quanti, another team that we did not give the proper respect to earlier on this in the show open. But I love to see this. It is an international competition if I've ever seen one in this top 10.
Yeah, there's a couple of clutches, like solo clutches, that happened in this game too. Wanted to call out first off Peterbot and Poyo. Peterbot kind of put in that situation where he's like, bro, I basically have like nothing, right? And think, look in that 19th place, they've jumped up 30 placements off of that clutch, which is nuts. I mean, I don't even know how you keep calm in this situation, but like, there's just no way that anyone else could pull off something this insane.
Yeah, pretty slow start for the duo, I'm not gonna lie, but
Peterbot kind of reeling it back into, you know, picking up a little bit of momentum. You got to imagine that one, Peterbot's got to be feeling great after solo clutching, and then Pollo also, like, the vibes have to be so up right now after that performance, which could be what they need to kind of get back into the conversation of that, you know, top half of the leaderboard, top 10 of the leaderboard. Because right now, I'm not gonna lie, 19 a little disappointing, especially with so many people kind of predicting that Peterbot and Pollo are here to kind of win and dominate this FNCS. Slow start.
Well, they definitely had a good domination at the start of the competition. They were able to claim Rift Island all on their own. And then, of course, we're talking about solo clutches. Well, Peterbot was primed with 2 mythics and a legendary weapon there, as well as crash pads and some heals. If anyone needs to be put into a solo situation, that is exactly the loadout that you want to have. But quickly looking at our second page for our players here, and obviously some big names. The magic number that we're looking at right now, though, is around top 10. But, of course, you could even see right here we have some previous champions, so we're looking to expect it to be around top 14 depending on who is in the top 10.
Yeah, a super quick call out there. Agers as well, another solo clutch, right? Ending second in that game, taking the fight to Kanata, his old duo mate. Man, game number 1 or 2 was absolutely explosive, but now we have to prepare. Game number 3 is ready for us. We want to keep talking, but we also want to see more action. So MDF Taco, back over to you.
Thank you guys so much for all that update there, and of course the breakdown of what's unfolding here. I mean, Taco, those are 2 very quick games. I mean, I can't believe we're already jumping into game 3 of 12 here for the weekend, but I mean, we're having fun, so time's flying.
Yeah, it's definitely a significant difference as far as the action that we are witnessing throughout the course of the mid-game. But this is around the point where, you know, kind of touched on it earlier on, where I think players are really going to start to sort of smooth out those surge strategies. We have seen a couple of teams that maybe wouldn't initially expect to struggle with it, kind of get closer and closer at closing the gap for that threshold, finding themselves just below. Maybe this is the lobby that they can get just ahead of where they need to be. But it's not going to be easy by any means, MDF. It's the halfway point, at least as far as today is concerned, but there is still 6 more matches in case day 1 doesn't work out in a team's favor for today. But I'm ready to see what happens in lobby 3.
Grand Finals game number 3 is here, and you're right. I mean, we're about a quarter of this competition way through, given that it is a 2-day format. Tomorrow, there's a multiplier on top of your games. So if there's a day you want to play really well, it's really tomorrow. However, you need today to go somewhat in your favor in order to beat the end Grand Finals champion here of North America. Let's see it, though. As we start to jump in and start, you know, aiming our, you know, vision or our prospects towards the finales here, who do you think so far has been the standout duo amongst the bunch? Because I feel like we're already kind of seeing, right? Like some teams just take a lead, if you will.
Oh, it hurts just a little bit watching Blaha one more time. I mean, the off-spawn issue for Blaha and Mixon is so apparent right now, MDF. And I want to gas up Yapko and Quanti in a moment here, but I gotta see, can Mixon scrape up something from this situation? They need to start getting some points going now, because the longer it takes, MDF, even with that point multiplier in effect for tomorrow, you have to remember it's in effect for everybody, not just Blaha and Mixon, and they might find themselves in a situation where they're not going to be able to play catch up.
That's so messed up.
Yeah, that was tragic.
He landed. B hopped off the ledge there and took himself out.
You know,
I think what's more likely to happen, Blaha and Mixon just need to stop landing there. We know they have, let's be honest, probably 4 or 5 other drops up the sleeve. Just yeah, put this one away. Retire this.
Hey,
one.
he got the reboot card. That's nice, but I don't know if Ziggy's gonna let him actually escape with it. Mixon, he is sprinting to try and escape. Will he catch it? No, he might make it to the launch pad in time, and he could potentially be out of there. Ziggy only has 1 shot left in his assault rifle, but he's gonna give chase, and honestly, MDF, it's kind of surprising though that if Ziggy full chases this, because the juice might not be worth the squeeze at this point.
Yeah, not worth getting caught by another duo, right? That's obviously a little bit more situated here. But Ziggy and Phenom have managed to play just fantastic, given that they are winning their drop and then turning those into actual like end games and mid games. 70 points this early in the tournament is a pretty substantial foundation here. I mean, as it stands right now, they would be going to land. So that's a really, really big deal. Oliver, OG, and Craze, whom we know have a very, very strong early game, strong drop spot, strong understanding of how to play this area, continue to win off drop. It's kind of what we expect. Game 1, obviously they were on the losing side. However, now 2 and 3 go in their favor. It's just a matter of can Oliver OG overcome those mid-game problems that they've had season to season and actually find himself up inside that top 15, possibly top 20. But here's a little bit of a revenge story for Turtle Tavern and TK.
It's only if they can fully finalize these 2 eliminations right now, but Turtle Tavern actually gonna opt to pull back for a moment. Might have become concerned. I'd have to imagine that they could have potentially spotted out a chance for a third party. A nice tag though from that hand cannon from afar. That's gonna force Evan to reconsider giving chase here, and Flappy now left waiting for his duo to essentially catch back up to being by his side before they look to engage with TK and Turtle Tavern any longer. And it's a similar story here at the Grim Gate. G-Money and Reciprocal, they've worked their way down from their initial starting point at the Rebels Roost, but they've got Rapid and Batman Booga hot on their heels. And Batman Booga and Rapid especially, this has been a season that's been a very massive come-up story for that duo, and I know they've got a lot of people kind of rooting for them. They've had some really strong Cash Cup performances, but everybody wants to see, is this going to be a circumstance where we can, you know, translate those performances in the duo Cash Cups into now a grand final set lobby sort of top performance? Or is it really just that different of a circumstance? But I like the odds there for Batman Booga and Rapid. I think it's a circumstance that they can definitely look to overcome.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. They've been on the rise, and the actual community, right, is like you mentioning, actual, you know, giving them their credit, giving them their flowers. Mordecai had an elimination just moments ago alongside Rigby, and Mordecai and Rigby actually have jumped up a significant amount of points. So game 2 was very much in their favor. But for them to be pretty much getting keyed right now by Flo and Sigma, I wonder what happened here that has given them the impression that this is going to be a free set of eliminations, where Mordecai and Rigby have been playing, you know, pretty sharp. So looking warmed up, they continue to show us that they are very much in shape, very much locked in for day 1 of Grand Finals. And this is impressive. This is not a team that I had on my radar, and I'm normally one to, you know, bring my focus and attention towards some of those dark horse, you know, squads to look out for. But Mordecai and Rigby have absolutely flown under the radar, and they're showing us that they have championship caliber material in them, and that's really exciting to watch play out.
Be honest, it's the names. That's the real reason why you want to root for them. I do love a good underdog story though, and I definitely think that at least with the start that Mordecai and Rigby have had so far here today, and getting those eliminations on the east side of Mount Olympus there, Flo and Sigma could potentially be in a world of hurt if that's going to be a reoccurring theme there for Mordecai and Rigby. But further southwest of the map, revisiting one more time this contested state, Cold and Acorn, they spotted out the fact that Ian and DKV, they actually got cut off. DKV 2 split from his duo. He can't actually play that supportive measure, so he's going to have to watch and sadly hope that Sid and Nerface allow him the opportunity to even try and collect his teammate's reboot card. But even if he gets it, still has to escape from the clutches of Brutal Beachhead in general. And I think that's more so been the intent here from Acorn and Cold. They're not really pressuring directly. They're pressuring by not letting anybody else escape from this POI.
Yeah, and having the high ground like this is definitely going to give them even more of an advantage now. Sight lines, zone on top of them, early surge due to the eliminations. This is, you know, very much their game to do what they will with, at least right now, those teams. But Shuffle with Dash and Seek have yet to put numbers on the board, going up against Rise and Agers. We have to give a lot of credit to what Agers managed to do in the last 2 games, but it seems like now it's up to Rise to put up some numbers, if at all. But gets keyed right through the double dash from the Nitro there. Was Dash and Seek straight into elimination territory. They wrap it up quick. So fast, in fact, the team that was thinking about pushing them just stopped. They turned right back around.
Definitely a very profitable circumstance, though, for Dash and Seek. In fact, we even get a chance here to review exactly how those initial elims went down. And yeah, just that unabashed aggressiveness there from Seek. He knew with that Nitro effect that it was going to be very difficult for Rise to actually prevent him from jumping inside of his box. And that's just how quickly things can turn against you. Yamzo and Tayson, though, they've made their way over to Redline Rig, and you know what they're after. Peterbot and Pollo, they've had control of that Machinist Medallion the first 2 lobbies, along with that Mythic Combat Assault Rifle, but it seems as though Yamzo would like to get his hands on it if possible, but first they got to make sure that they win this exchange without getting eliminated, and Peterbot just applying a world of hurt onto both Tayson and Yamzo right now, and they just don't have the shield to keep this one going.
It's crazy how Peterbot's managing to push back Tayson and Yamzo by himself. And look, right before he even can go ahead and get comfortable, all of a sudden Pollo is back in the mix. They're putting the pressure on here. They're just not giving them a chance. That's how talented they are. Peterbot with the pre-fire through the build there, and the finish now onto Tayson is setting themselves up for success. And, you know, it really, really makes you think, how can you get yourself started in a tournament like this when you have someone like Peterbot and Pollo in your vicinity? And the same for Yamzo and Tayson. You have them just nearby. They are so far ahead of your average competitor that this is a fight that can go any way. And right now, it's just not going in the way of Yamzo here, as Peterbot's got the angles, and a third party is firing on in, and there's a team even behind them right here. So Peterbot's got to be quick, or that's what happens.
That might actually be... Nope, never mind. I think Yamzo, a victim right now of that third-party introduction. And look who it is. Sid and Nerface, they've rotated out of Brutal Beachhead. They recognize just how prime an opportunity this is to try and eliminate Peterbot and Pollo. They know that they cracked Peterbot shields at least at one point. And they've also fully aware of the fact that Peterbot and Pollo, they're going to be the team marked on the map. Keep in mind, as long as you have control of that Machinist Medallion, your area, or at least your general location, will be revealed to everyone else on the map. Granted, it's almost surprising to see Nerface and Sid opt to fall back. They know the kind of firepower that Peterbot and Pollo are working with, and it just doesn't seem like they're comfortable with staking their Lobby 3 ending this soon.
What do you think about Vino right now? This is
Dastardly.
very interesting strategy. I don't know about you, but if I've got 114 points in game number 3, I'm not sitting out in the open for nobody. Regardless if I'm outside your base or not.
It's just, it feels like one of those tactics where it's like, it's almost so silly, it just works, right? But I think with the way that Veno is positioned as well, he's on the opposite end of the surge base that's facing outwards towards where the zone is pulling, right? So it's unlikely that teams are going to recognize the fact, aside from Edgy or Death, that he's even in such an exposed position. So he might be relatively safe for the time being. He's got Clix working as the middleman, essentially, in between the two, right? So Clix is going to be the one kind of scoping out if anybody's going to come close enough to threaten Veno. That seems to be more his responsibility.
And just one quick update for the viewers and listeners at home. Yeah, Mongraal and Savage are, continuing to struggle here just a bit. They were taken out relatively early, one of the first duos to fall here. So continue to keep tabs on that team. But for now, we have a lot of other very much notable favorites still in the running, still playing, just exceptionally well right now. And it goes to show you how difficult it is to play well in a grand finals lobby. There is just no telling how it's going to go, especially considering we're playing under completely different circumstances right now. the lack of regenerating cactuses. That's the biggest change that we've seen this season so far. Lock in Pars right now. What a high ground hold right here. Great tower. Complete visibility over it. Just every angle that they would honestly need. And then the island spawns once again next to them. That's the second time now.
Yeah, but have to take note of Veno. He seems like he abandoned his initial plan. Big tag there onto Cold. Shield fully exposed. Veno clicks. You can tell they want to key. That's why the Nitro splashes come out. Just double aggressing onto Acorn's wall. He doesn't get a chance. He's going to get shut down before he can look for his escape route there next to Cold. And Cold, he's also in a whole world of hurt here. Veno and Clicks, if they wanted to even, they could even try to camp Acorn's reboot card. At the very least, though, it seems like they're intent on trying to track down Cold, trying to get the other half of that duo. They know every elimination point counts here, and Veno, he just seems like a monstrous force to reckon with. That is until Cold reminds him of why he's so heavily regarded here on NA.
I was going to say, you got to put respect on Cold. You cannot just key him like that. He is going to show you why every single time. Veno still hasn't had a chance to heal. Clicks actually has to come in and support him for a second there. And I think Cold is going to recognize now it might be time to back off, but at this point, who even knows? And I want to take it back about 15 seconds or so. I think they were just equally confused. Like, Veno hesitated on making that edit. Like, wait, are you in basically buy box? Like, whoa, what's going on here? And that could have just ended Cold for a moment there. So it's Cold's mistake right here that he's going to have to live with. That's going to set back Acorn and himself in this time being, because he made a huge mistake jumping into that box, not really realizing that was Veno's area.
Which is also surprising because Acorn and Cole are definitely familiar with the fact that Clicks and Veno, they drop right around that Snooty Station, Sandy Steps area. So very high likelihood that they're going to be in control of all those pre-placed builds. So yeah, right there with you. Just an unfortunate loss there. Could really put a damper as far as how the rest of this lobby actually finishes up for Cold. But at the same time, it is Cold. We've seen him come back from worse, for example. And it's a little bit more questionable to actually make a play for a reboot at this point. But I'm not going to say it's impossible for a player of Cold's caliber.
Yeah, it's just going to come down to the heal situation right now. If there is a time to play for a reboot, it's probably a zone like this, where it's pulling south, where there's just less teams that land in kind of the northwest area. So there's an opportunity there. But meanwhile, talk about southern teams right now. Peterbot and Pollo have not given up their ability to fight or pressure teams in the early game. In fact, they've continued to fight here at the Bruto Beachhead. Now, I am curious. This is kind of getting drawn out here, and it's really weighing on their loadouts here.
Yeah, but it's Sid and Nerfface. Keep in mind, this is the same exact 2v2. Oh my God, Peterbot. I can't even comprehend what we just witnessed there at Monster. He absolutely beamed them the moment that he created a little bit of space, and that's going to cause Sid and Nerfface. They're not going to be able to rotate just yet. They know it will be their demise if they try to challenge after that one. But I was just going to point out the fact that Peterbot and Pollo, they were dealing with Sid and Nerfface for like 2 zones now. It's just wild to think that neither side was able to successfully eliminate the other throughout all the time that's been exchanged.
Yeah, more often than not, Peterbot and Pollo would have finished that fight. So I wonder, you know, what went wrong there, or is Sid and Nerfface just playing, you know, a different kind of Fortnite? So Code's got to be careful. And the shot just creeps in from the high ground there for Clicks and Veno, and they're going to be really happy about that loot. But no, Sid and Nerfface secure it before them, so they don't get to really celebrate the spoils of war there. But at the end of the day, it's not like they were desperate or hurt for wares. Here's the angle. Yeah, Veno just had the perfect top-down view. Colt didn't really understand, I think, the threat level there. Couldn't quite assess the situation, unfortunately. But look at this. Sid and Nerfface get landed on by Edgy and Death and then just continue to be fed here. Eliminations and opportunity.
And granted, I'm sure Clix and Veno probably still pretty unhappy about the fact they had one of their eliminations loot stolen from right underneath their noses, but it seems like they could actually come out on top if they're able to essentially try and hold Sid and Nerface here at Sandy Steps. Sid's gonna take a moment to expend one of those med kits, but I do think that Clix and Veno kind of recognizing the fact they don't want to stay too long inside of the storm. While they would have liked the loot available there, Veno, he needs some white heals, and I just don't think it's worthwhile to take that battle while they're so incredibly low.
This is a really great angle of Peterbot and Boya making their move right now. As you just saw Epic Whale and Muzz flying right by as well. Peterbot looking for the refresh right now that he's desperately in need of. This is a bad spot to be in. He's way too exposed to the rest of the lobby here. And they're going to be the forward-facing one right now on the outskirts. Seems like the lobby is giving up for now, though. Sensing there's other teams that they could be focusing in on, and Epic Whale is going to be one of those ones to be the first to fall there here in the mid-game. Bugha and Aviv down on the low ground right now, outside of zone. Just on the outskirts here. 22 builds in Bugha's inventory, not really much.
Yeah, they're trying to clear out whatever they can here at Pleasant Piazza. Just scraps at this point. Whenever you're pickaxing the walls, you can tell that things are definitely a little bit more dire than you'd like in a BMDF, but going back to Peterbot and Pollo's situation, almost, it looks like that stretched out game of tag they were playing with Sid and Nerface definitely worked against them, because it just put such a damper on the pacing for their rotates, and they weren't actually able to acquire any of those refreshes that they needed along the way. So definitely a bit problematic, but again, a duo that is certainly more than capable of clawing their way back up into a solid position, just like how we see Cooper and Kanata currently. Ample amounts of builds to work with. Cooper just sitting inside of his middle cone, kind of gauging the landscape, everybody surrounding him, but they're gonna need to get active soon. They don't have that much damage above the threshold.
And one thing to note too, the mid game was so active, we didn't even see a surge fight at all. Like,
no.
Teams were just going, you know what I mean? And now we're in a top 25 situation, and there are a lot of zones to move here. So this is very interesting. This is actually very different, I think, than what players are also used to. So right now, if I'm looking at this game right here, given how, you know, the lobby's gonna lighten up here shortly, I'm thinking whoever's used to playing high is gonna have a really, and I mean really successful chance at taking this one away right here. It just seems like the early high team right now, I'm calling it, is gonna hold it all the way through, but that's just an early prediction. Again, we'll just have to find out.
Yeah, and I mean, when you just look at where the zone is pulling in the first place, I mean, these outskirts of Pleasant Piazza, relatively flat area, not a whole lot of drastic elevation switches, so I think some teams are also finding themselves in such a low build count, material count situation, because you have to use more builds. You're more exposed. You can't just opt for those safe rotates, because even with the Flowberry Fizzes and Nitro Splashes or Crash Pads, in a sense, you could still just be kind of like target practice for teams that are already based with strong amounts of surge to kind of just look around and be like, all right, well, who's rotating now? Let's just take full advantage of them flying through the sky. Meanwhile, players like Yapko, they're just hoping that they can outlast these Storm Surge ticks in the first place. He's only one tag below. Well, now we just got a little bit further, but still, if he finds his elimination onto Poppy, that could be big. Instead, just no shield to work with, no hope to keep this one going.
We gotta remember, he is inside the top 5. He was trying everything in his power just to hold out a little bit longer, squeeze the lemon for a little bit more juice. Vino and Clisto, 3 eliminations. Very low material count for what it's worth, given how late into this end game we are right now. Things are just starting to really kick off, so not many options for them. They're gonna need to find elimination and secure the loot here. Kanata and Cooper are in front of them. That's pretty dangerous, because now look at this. They're gonna have to rotate through all of these teams here. Crash Pad's gonna be critical now. Peterbot and Boyo still standing in this game. Victor V Paper alive on the backside of the zone there as well. And This is where Peterbot starts to really make up for all that game 1 loss that they had. And that's a Peterbot thing to do right there. Drop minis in the end game for a hand cannon. Just different.
Peterbot trusts himself. He trusts his mechanics for a reason and his aim. And so does Pollo, but more importantly still, they got to deal with Trashy. Trashy caught off guard. Wall wide open because he thought he was getting the better end of an exchange onto a separate duo. Instead, now Bolt's Price going to collapse upon him. They heard those shields get cracked. Peterbot and Pollo, they won't get to finish what they started, but they buy themselves just a little more time. Meanwhile, Bugha, Aviv headed straight towards the low ground. They've got front side of zone though, and now they have a real opportunity here to look back, potentially even take out Peterbot and Pollo if they're not careful.
Yeah, they're basically out of mats. They're gonna have to push a duo right now, so whoever's the closest will likely be up on the menu. Meanwhile, high ground, Baka in Pars trying to go back at it, and I called it. I said if a team takes high ground, whichever team it's gonna be is probably going to win this game. Uncontested, that's really how I feel right now. And that's kind of how it looks like it's about to shape out to be as the zone's pulling over this cliff face here, so teams desperately have to make their way up, and they didn't already have enough material to work with, so this is a all-around bad situation. Peterbot forced to play this one out by himself here. Not even inside the top 15 yet. He needs an elimination or something here in order to find some more. Clicks is going to be the one to find the first elim. That's going to grant more points to the lobby. But Peterbot out of gas and out of now the lobby here. Meanwhile, no one has an opportunity to look up for high ground. They just don't have the luxury to.
Keep in mind though, Pars and Baka, last time they overtook height with some Flowberry Fizz and the Underworld dashes. Pars still has one, so even if they get chopped, he should be safe for a moment. Decent amount of builds as well. Split one more time here as Pars continues. Tart forward. And everyone else caught in the low ground. The one thing that would make this perfect though, Pars, he only has that DMR. It's hard to play Suppressor with such a low fire rate weapon, but it might not even matter because the mid-ground congestion is just overwhelming. Veno and Clicks trying to stay standing. Batman, Bugha, and Rapid, a similar circumstance, but they know the floors everywhere around them are just disappearing.
Yeah, so long as Baka and Pars keep firing on down, they will be able to win this game. But Batman, Bugha, and Rapid continue to find material, find eliminations, but no, they lose their momentum and unfortunately get taken out there. One build too short. And the solo play from Visuals from the backside of the storm line there wasn't quite worth it as he loses Braids, unfortunately, there to the damage. Visuals tries to come down. He picks up a heal from his teammate, and that's a desperate act to try to earn placement points here and now. Instead of going for the win, he's going for the safety play. What a call there. I don't know what to take of it. We'll see what Visuals can make out of this game here. Trashy and Threats on the other side, pushing their way through, finally toppling down Osid, who had a miraculous game, given they were so low on the standings. This was a huge game for Team Osid.
It's also a huge pickup there from Rapid, still lingering. Seek, on the other hand, he's gonna knock Aviv, and now Bugha left to scramble, but Seek's not gonna let him escape his sights. Huge play coming out of Seek and Dash now. 9 eliminations as well underneath their belts as Baka drops one more time. He gets the credit onto Trashy's elim. Not only that, extends a little bit more time, a little bit more space, but they want to drop, they want to challenge Threats directly.
The writing was on the wall for Baka and Pars. The moment they took high ground, the moment this zone played out the way it did, it just made sense that someone like them could win this game. But hold up, mistakes were made. A tag comes through and Baka now very hurt. One tag to win it all, and he finds it via playing offensively. And that got a little too close for comfort, but in the end, they do it once again.
Yeah, well executed final moments there. I like the way, though, that Baka and Pars kind of split the focus of everything that was sort of happening in that ultimate low ground MDF. Pars on the other side of that wall, he was just exclusively depending on the fact that Baka was going to be able to close this one out. And granted, it was close, but it doesn't matter how ugly it is as long as you secure the victory royale at the end of it.
Look at that, both sides. Race against time, a race against damage. Baka and Pars do it for game number 3, keeping us very much on our toes here. Taco, what a game. What a way for us to really steer up the FNCS Grand Finals day number 1, and things are off to such a hot start. We're going to need a second to go ahead and cool down here. So when we get back, we'll have more Fortnite.
Welcome back to the FNCS. Here we are once again. Baka and Pars got the Baka to Baka Victory Royale. I'll see myself out, guys. All right, see ya.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, wow. I can't believe this has happened. 2 games back to back. And I think Vivid, going into that when they went on height, there was like a moment there where they were low on surge. And it just didn't matter. They're like, we're on height. We're just going to figure out. We're going to lock it up. We're going to get to the back-to-back.
Flying under the radar going into this grand finals. I mean, Baka and Pars have always done very, very well in grand finals S lobbies, right? They're just such a consistent team. They love to play into the consistency, the way that kind of grand finals lobbies plays out. But I'm pretty sure, if my mind doesn't deceive me, they've been like suspecting to be contested throughout the week. So a lot of people have been kind of writing them off, but now they're uncontested throughout these first 3 games. And it is showing that they have definitely been underrated throughout this FNCS. But Kelly, I mean, back-to-back wins, what a statement.
I mean, Baka and Pars have shown themselves to be a top 10 competitor. In fact, they're one of only 5 duos that are competing today that have made it into the top 10 for both Majors 1 and 2. And it looks like they don't want top 10 anymore. They want to go for that first place spot. And my goodness, what a showing we got out of them from these last 2 games. I can't believe we still have 3 more games to go, though.
I know. The halfway point is just insane to think about. I don't know where these games have gone. Let's turn our attention to the standings. There's a couple things we wanted to highlight for you. After that game, and of course, the back-to-back Victory Royale, these guys currently sitting in that number 1 spot, 222 points. They are definitely looking to pull away from the rest of the lobby. Take a look, though. Big Cheese, Aviv, and Bugha still holding down. Unfortunately, not quite first place just yet, but they will have to look to mount some kind of answer to what Baka and Pars are doing right now. But I mean, these guys are looking very much in form. It's kind of taking me back, Vivid, a little bit to the World Cup days of Bugha. You can never count this guy out.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, we tuned into them and they had like 27 builds, and I was like, wow, like they're in a great position, but Matt-wise, it is not looking good. I actually have no idea how they pulled off a 6th place this game. I mean, they look so locked in to kind of pull out such a placemat of seemingly nothing. I mean, this has got to be the play right here, right? Jumping in on pump simultaneously, finds a wood wall to kind of take advantage of there. That's the refresh that they were able to utilize to actually break into that top 10. And then, wow, even another play kind of coming out to find another refresh there. And hey, listen, I said it after the first game that they won, right? I was like, yeah, that's a northern pulling zone. Like, kind of got to cut them some slack. Like, are they going to be able to replicate this when the zones aren't so easy for them? We're all the way over here south, over towards Pleasant, and putting up these type of numbers, they look good.
Yeah, I'm looking at my notes for them over that last game, and literally it's just zone like 4, Bugha and Aviv, no mats. Zone 6, Bugha and Aviv, no mats. But they still were able. It really showcases, you see a lot of these teams that when they're kind of low on Storm Surge, low on mats, they go on the aggressive, but Batman, Bugha, and Aviv kind of just let players come to them, and it really worked out in the end there, grabbing some lucky refreshes. Not lucky enough, though, to steal away first place from Baka and Pars, and honestly, I think it showcases just how close they are to a team that has 1 Victory Royale over them. But Clix and Veno are not giving up hope right here. Just a 43-point difference between them and 3rd place. And Clix and Veno, man, they have just shown what everyone wanted to see out of them today.
Yeah, actually, I mean, this game was incredible, right? We saw that they were actually 2v2ing Acorn and Cold. Great play from this duo, right? You can see that they're definitely locked in. Clix was, you know, behind Veno, spraying the wall. Veno had those pre-edits ready. They both hit a simultaneous shot on the Acorn, picked up an early Elin there, was able to find Cold a little bit later on. So Storm Surge-wise, they were locked in, and with a zone that close to that kind of POI, 11th place, 5 eliminations, pretty solid game.
I do also want to mention that pre-edit that we got to see from Veno very early on against that Acorn and Cold. I mean, Veno has just been on a tear recently. He is such a good, like, fragger when it comes down to it. But I want to see just a little bit. Come on. We want to see the 11th zone height take from them. We know that Clix and Veno have it in them.
Okay, all right. We'll see. We'll see how things go. One thing I want to see here, it's another stat. Let's take a look at the damage dealt in just this first half of day number 1. Some interesting numbers to throw around here. Big Cheese Aviv currently leading the pack there, 3,472 points. But look at this right behind, right? Baka, right behind him, Veno, Kanata, Trashy. I mean, these damage numbers in just 3 games is nuts.
I love this for Kanata, or to see Kanata up here, all the way up here, because, you know, after this Slurp Cacti nerf, everybody was like, nah, Kanata and Cooper, they're cooked. Like, there's just no way they're going to be able to do anything for Storm Surge. And I was like, no, listen, I've watched Kanata for years. He's always like one of the best Storm Surge players. He's never needed Slurp Cacti before. He's not going to need them now. And I'm loving the fact that it's kind of showing on the stats right there.
Yeah, they had, you know, a rough game 1. They got 32nd place, but then they've shown that they are still in the competition regardless of if the Cacti is there, regardless of if Cooper needs to be a solo competitor there, grabbing a great elimination and holding out, making sure that he's able to get just enough placements as possible, and ending up in 7th place for game number 3. Kanata and Cooper, who needs Cacti when you have the brains of Kanata and Cooper?
Man, games, the first 3 have been crazy. We have 3 more ahead of us before we say goodbye for just day number 1. With that being said, let's find our seats on the battle bus for game number 4 on the day. So, casters, back over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. And yeah, we can't emphasize enough how important day 1 is to set up your foundation for day 2, because it is a 2-day performance, right? Like, everything comes down to how you play over the collective 2 days here in Taco.
Yeah, and I think it's really impressive as well seeing Kanata's name actually pop up on that stat sheet for damage done MDF, because if you think about it, Kanata and Cooper have had a really rough Chapter 5, man. I mean, every single season, something is just taken away from them as far as their drops are established and concerned, but they're still making it work. They're still hustling to overcome that moment of adversity, and we'll see what they have in store for us along with everybody else here in Match 4.
Yeah, game 4 is here, and to kind of pick up the point, I want to pick up the pieces that you put down for me, because Kanata and Cooper have been contested, right? Kanata notably has been contested in the most important tournaments of his recent career. I'm talking notably the last time he played in person. We saw the interviews, we saw what was going on in Copenhagen, right? So we'll just have to see if now that Kanata's kind of got his footing right here, he's got the lobby, you know, on smash right now with his damage. I think we're going to be seeing a very great performance out of Kanata come globals, but again, you got to make it there. You got to continue to play well, of course, over the FNCS Grand Finals weekend here. This Oliver OG performance out of Game 3 was a great one. Finally, at least finding a good set of points, right, coming out of this round. Last game, he secured about 20, close to 30 points, which is exactly what they needed, given that they were trailing behind big time here. Tony and Noisy, though, unfortunately not able to carry that little bit of momentum that they managed to pick up before, but hold up. Might have spoken a little too soon here. Craze has to play this one up and clutching possibly by himself here, and I love that he picked up the body here, because he actually needed access to those SNGs there that Oliver OG had. Otherwise, it would have just been GG, but another team comes in, and just the awareness of Craze to go ahead and slide out of there before things took a turn for the worse.
Yeah, Fluto and Statics, I mean, they just heard all of the noise that was taking place and immediately choosing to swoop in, play cleanup crew here. Noisy trying to do what he can to hide, but seen over ahead of that cone. Unfortunate window angle there from Fluto, and now he's trying to see if he can finish what he started, and Noisy, sure enough, will not be able to escape. Statics waiting on the outside of the breezy coast. So they'll be the only ones here profiting off of that initial exchange. And whether or not Craze is able to reboot Oliver OG remains to be determined. But they're not the only ones dealing with early contest in this lobby. Pleasant Piazza, Trashy and Threats. They've had up and down moments with these early spawn contests, and yet Dynamic he's got his work cut out for him before they can make the initial push.
Side Mount Olympus, little fight going on here. Catch a tail end of that. Circus gonna go in, get quickly finished here, and this is a duo takedown for Z-Link and Antonio. Go ahead and throw them up onto the 50-point threshold now. And this has been somewhat of a back and forth right here at the Mount Olympus. So you're kind of seeing what the effects of these early game contested battles can do to a team overall on the leaderboards, regardless if you finish the fight fast or not.
Man, kind of surprised, though, to see so much traction this far north at Rebels Roost. As Reciprocal and G-Money, they've now got to deal with the likes of Puffy and Source. They're going to have, well, actually, G-Money and Reciprocal, they could choose to aggress. They might actually need the damage, but it also seems like they're a little bit hesitant for the time being. They don't want to risk another third party, but when it's only a solo to threaten, not sure there's really anything to worry about just yet. Different scenario, though, for Noxy and Crisp. They're getting the better end of this exchange. That is until Fluto decides to do something about it. And sure enough, Crisp and Noxy, they don't even get the final elimination onto Fluto. That knock gonna be a revive, no problem here for Static. So they're gonna find themselves cut short here in Lobby 4. Meanwhile, 3 eliminations in tow now for Statics and Fluto.
And that's going to kill all of their momentum right now. Crisp and Noxy have been really marching it to the tune of their own beat, finding themselves at 92 points in the middle of the, day one tournament. That's a fantastic performance. But now they will be slipping down. This will likely push them well outside the means of the top 10 and kind of put them in the middle of the pack. So game 5 and 6 are going to be absolutely telling for teams that have a chance now. As the top competition falls here, Source and Coffee. And continue standoff here against G-Money. G-Money and Reciprocal have been based down for quite some time. You can see why now. It's because the material counts have been exhausted here.
G-Money, though, still trying to go for the chop opportunity, but he's going to have to abandon that shield potion as he watches his duo go down right in front of his eyes, and he joins shortly after. But yeah, that build situation, just too much of an issue there for them to actually recover and overcome. Hazard's got to be wary, though. He might think that that's a prime opportunity to try and play cleanup like some of these other teams with their third-party exchanges, but Coffee and Source did not really lose a whole lot in that exchange. And Miro and Pink as well, they've had a relatively quiet day so far, which I think is partially credit to something that Vivid had actually pointed out earlier on. Because keep in mind, this is a team that lands at Charon's Crossing. They have a potential for a weapons bunker to spawn nearby them, but I do think that with that Surge Cacti change overnight, they've had to essentially hit the drawing board one more time because they've just found themselves under more pressure than usual because teams aren't necessarily rotating south as quickly as before.
Meanwhile, Paper and Victor V right now continue to rotate through. Seen this move before as teams cut through the Mount Olympus. You have a dash and seek set up just outside of it. I haven't sniffed out the fact that Paper was there until the shots come out, and now Paper's unfortunately going to be the first to get tagged here. Has to be careful though with leaving this cone open as visuals start to see in, and this is a great update here. Good to see Mixon and Blaha still alive. However,
Great for who?
the team on top of them right now. One of our point leaders here of Buga in Aviv.
I mean, when you think about what happened last lobby for Blaha and Mixon, I guess, yeah, technically this is a W, but they've got so much to make up for as far as the leaderboard is concerned, MDF, and if they want to find themselves on the better end of the secondary half of today's 6 lobbies, they've really got to pick up the pace here, and they knew they just weren't in a position. They did not feel comfortable with their loadouts to actually try and take that fight up with Buga and Aviv, but you almost have to wonder, is it worthwhile to disengage? Because at the same time, they need eliminations, they need placement points, and they have not had a very strong showing. I think over the past couple of weeks especially, their off-spawn situation has just been so problematic.
Yeah, the first step is definitely get some points. we have a ways to go here. I love this stat, by the way. We emphasize the fact that Vino and Clicks do tend to play very separate, and as we kind of showcase it, you literally see it in action. The 4th most furthest play duo from one another. Pretty fun stat. Let's see where Vino's going to go ahead and set up for right now. He's just seeming to be the thorn in duo sides here. Oh, this might be a problem, though. Could find himself in between a couple other teams here.
It's that forecast tower, though. Clicks and Veno, they usually want to try and lock in whenever it spawns, and keep in mind that is one of the most prone to spawning forecast towers in each and every lobby. I believe an 89% spawn rate for that exact forecast tower. A little bit northwest of Snooty Station, but that just means it's going to draw attention from other players in the lobby, that's for sure, and that's part of the reason why we saw Clicks and Veno kind of just toying around with that launch pad. Veno just trying to make sure that he keeps a good idea of where exactly teams might be trying to engage them from. Checking back in, though, Blaha and Mixon, they found Chaos and Chance And again, I don't think a fight is out of the question here for these two because they just need the points. They need to start trying to get some surge damage online for themselves. And I think it's also just, it would be a really strong shift in confidence momentum as well for this duo, especially when you factor in what went south for them in the last lobby.
I'm just thinking on the other side of that as well, they've spent the majority of their day so far literally in the lobby. Like, you know, you start to lose your cool, you know, all the time you probably spent warming up, right? That starts to go out the window. You have an hour, right, idle, basically, waiting between games. So this is very important for them to, like you mentioned, take a fight, right? Keep the blood flowing, stay alert, try to stay in the game, and get the momentum, right? Find the confidence, because if they don't, it's only going to become more and more of a landslide. So we'll see, though. Peterbot and Pollo on the move here. Quanti and Jobco, again, one of our teams that are very well inside of the top of the standings right now. You see what their early games start to look like as things take shape for them. It's a bit scrappy here, that's for sure. Not as smooth as some of the others we've tuned in with so far as our top 5 standing teams are concerned.
At the same time, though, Quanti and Yapko, they're kind of just taking their time. They're not, they don't necessarily feel too threatened by where Flo and Sigma were at just yet, but they are wary of other teams that are more towards the base of Mount Olympus there. Baka and Pars, though, a little bit of trouble here at the Ship It station. And it's evident, other teams in the area, they'd like to look for a knock or a double elimination opportunity if possible, but it's not going to be easy to shake Baka and Pars by any means. And even more importantly still, Baka Pars, they don't necessarily feel like they need to outright pressure anyone surrounding them just yet, because they know they're currently in that first place position. They don't need to take any sort of reckless engagements just yet. They want to ensure that they're actually making it into the placements that matter.
And they're doing just that. They've been trending their way straight up the leaderboards, up the standings. The fact that they even picked up back-to-back victory royales, that's a incredible feat that not many duos have ever even accomplished over the history of Fortnite competitive. We got another shot here of a team based up outside of a single tower. See how this is going to end up playing out. Sid's highly exposed. He doesn't obviously recognize how many duos.
Does Vorteca know,
just
though?
outside of it. I'm not sure. See him looking back there, but I doubt it. I feel like they'd light up those wooden walls for sure.
He's like suspicious, but he doesn't necessarily expect there to have been anyone that kind of squeaked their way through, and Nerface even directly below their surge base, right?
Did you imagine he's like, yeah, I think I heard something. Like, nah, not a shot.
Nah. Like, surely not. I like this, though, from Paper and Victor V. Different method for getting to the top of Rift Island, and they may have actually beat Seek to the punch here. They're going to be the first ones to start building out, extending these little boxes. And that might just be enough to claim Rift Island. Dash gonna poke his head up and recognize, okay, they've already established themselves. It's gonna be hard to shake them out of this exact area. So the capture point seemingly gonna go to Victor V and Paper for this one.
You see the standing showing us that Baka and Pars is not in this lobby. They are down for the count. This is going to open things up for Booga in a V potentially, but more importantly, everyone else that has a long way to climb if you want to get in that 200-point conversation into that threshold here. Meanwhile, Curly and Raze just laying directly on top of Victor V and Paper, who have already secured the goods here. Ooh, floor breaks out. Victor's got him trapped nearly there. Raze slips out the side. It just shows you how quickly you get sent back to lobby by one of these pro players.
Victor V being smart as well. he could have aggressed more heavily against Raze and Curly, especially after getting that shield break, but understanding Seek and Dash, they're still on the island. It's not worth compromising our position just yet and then getting sandwiched between two separate teams, even if one of the duos is a little bit, you know, tagged up here. So I like the discipline from Victor V and Paper. They're just holding strong. They know they're sitting pretty. 320 above on that damage threshold is enough, I think, for the time being, MDF, for them to at least not feel the necessities to overexpose themselves.
Yeah, this is a very interesting read here, because if you're Paper and Victor V and you're seeing a team land on you and like push you like that, you're immediately thinking, dude, these guys are probably under the surge. Like, they're going to be desperate. But it's in fact the opposite. Like, Curly and Raze have no worries about the surge either. They're also like 300 above, so they're just playing like, yes, catch up for points right now. But it probably does leave Paper and Victor V thinking a completely different scenario. And hopefully they don't, you know, overcompensate that thought and take a fight that they're going to regret, thinking that the surge is going to support them later on. So we'll just have to keep a close eye on that one. But on the other side, Paco and kind of Vorteca, they've moved around quite a bit. And this is, again, another clash just against a completely different team. This time, you know, Sid and Nerface. So that fight finally breaks out from that single tower where Nerface and company were trying to ambush them, but clearly wasn't successful.
Yeah, nothing really ever came to fruition there for Sid and Nerface. They kind of just expended a lot of time and maybe were able to establish enough tags to give them something to work with for their next rotate. But checking in with Mongrel and Mr. Savage, again, I think another team where uncontested at the Cliffside Lodge, you kind of hope to see them sort of making waves a little bit earlier on in some of these leaderboard point situations, but it seems as though every team has had their fair share of struggles since having to make those last-minute adaptations towards the changes. I know one big strategy that Mongrel and Mr. Savage used to love employing is they would camp those flaming boost hoops near the Cliffside Lodge and sort of bottleneck rotates from other teams, and they could do it a lot easier with the slurp cacti, but now that they don't have those slurp cacti because it's a one-and-done use situation, it's obviously going to make things more difficult, and Tayson is just roasting people from across the map with his Huntress DMR.
Which you gotta hit those shots, right? Especially when they reveal themselves to you, because if he hadn't hit all 3 or 4 of those tags, they would probably be below the surge right now. So very important moments, very serious clutch shots right there for the team to keep them comfortable in the game right now. Reet and Ritual, though, have only earned 40 points so far across these 3 games here. This is an extremely critical moment for them, and unfortunately is, again, against the likes of Bugha and Aviv, who are just playing very, very well. I'm always wary of the teams that have seemed to figure it out and have the momentum in their favor.
Point-wise, Reed and Ritual obviously not on the same level as Bugha and Aviv yet, but at the same time, Bugha and Aviv, they're looking a little bit worse, I think, than Ritual and Reed as far as the loadouts are concerned. The main thing here, though, for Bugha and Aviv, we see them sitting below that surge threshold, but they're actually going to opt not to take that immediate fight with Reed and Ritual any longer. Instead, they're going to rotate a little bit further towards that edge zone and kind of just hope that they can cut off a team that's entering from this west side of the zone. But regardless of the circumstance, MDF, they've got to start converting to damage real soon. Otherwise, they're going to expend all of their shields that they have currently left over on just making sure that they don't lose shield entirely.
Look, they're going straight to the congested side, and they're going to land on top of Aegis and Rise. That was just an opportunity that I think presented itself, in the play and the call was made, and now they're going for it. Luckily, no team starts to fire from behind here, because this could have turned really, really bad, but Aviv in trouble now. Rise and Aegis fight back. And that was... I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how I feel about the rotate. I kind of understood the decision to get to a position, but I think when the surge updated, that caught them off guard, and they had to make a pivot there. So it just seems like things kind of, you know, veered off course for them, and they're just keying teams right now. Next up is Rapid. Rapid and Batman Booga. Again, these are great teams they're fighting right now. They haven't got lucky as far as the choice or the options are concerned. It's just a bunch of teams that are also equally playing very, very well here today.
Yeah, but there can only be one in this lobby, and Batman Booga is going to defeat his shadow of Lobby 4. Booga now out of this match, and Batman Booga Rapid as well. The one apiece. So Aviv, that's a big refresh that Batman Booga and Rapid just collected onto that duo. And that's going to help propel them forward in this match, because we don't know what their surge situation was like prior to taking that exchange, MDF, but you have to expect that they felt pretty confident about the outcome. And yeah, sure enough, 273 above, they needed that fight as well.
And this is like when the student defeats the master right here. Batman Booga and Rapid taking down Booga and Aviv. It's got to hurt him a little bit. Probably also gets him a little excited, not going to lie. But at the end of the day, now we have first and second place down, which means that the entire, runway has truly opened up. What was a pretty substantial lead for Batman Booga and Aviv, and an opportunity, right, that opened up because Bach and Pars were taken down, is now effectively gone to waste here, and it has given everyone else a chance to go ahead and close that gap. And while we kind of follow along with Acorn and Cold here, Mongrel and Mr. Savage are still alive right now too, but look at this fight. Boyo found out by Cold and Acorn. This is a very important turn of events for Peterbot now as well. All the big heavy hitters are falling.
And you have to remember, Peterbot and Pollo, they're not even necessarily in the position they want to be as far as the leaderboard is concerned. Cold and Acorn just shutting down any sort of momentum that they may have had otherwise. They're going to get that refresh. Cold, though, still got to be wary of the team surrounding them. Sure enough, right behind, they've got to deal with Mongrel, Mr. Savage pressuring their wall. They're going to opt to immediately start building into some of their metal. They need some form of safety here on the low ground. And again, they know there's at least one team behind us because somebody was trying to take shots from behind us. So they're definitely going to be much more cautious before they press forward. Cooper, though, underneath the surge, one more tick will spell the end of it, and he's not going to be able to keep this one alive.
Yeah, they just barely got to the, very, very important part of this end game here with placement points start to get given out. I was trying to look for a semblance of Peterbot's name. Did he even make it out of there? As Boya was obviously claimed here by Clix and Vino, but moving on. Big rotates come out here. This is the definite best spot to be in, front side of the next zone here on the move, and they're playing for a refresh. 4 mats are left here. Pressure coming in from the side. It's going to be Seek who gets claimed here. And a big, big find there. That's exactly what Vino wanted. 400 mats here. And another one. This one onto Blaha, who finally saw a little bit of light in this game. Gets claimed up and added to the toll here. Vino and Clix will be jumping up into the 200+ point threshold, officially seating them on the podium at the moment. And this is their biggest game yet.
But this is the time where Veno, he's going to start looking upwards, trying to get an idea of how many teams, if any, are actually looking to control Hyatt. You can see Peterbot way off in the distance, sitting as a solo. Can't necessarily say he's controlling Hyatt, but the fact that he's up there in the first place takes a lot of confidence to make that move, and he's trying to hold his current position, but now he's got the rest of the lobby pouring in, crash padding around him. He might still be able to find some cracks. Any of these duos that get split for even a moment, or any sort of straggling solos, that could be a big opportunity for him. It's the same sort of mentality that Yapko is currently operating off of. He's got that Thunderburst, that Gatekeeper primed and ready, but he's still a solo in a sea of duos, and Veno Clix, they just continue to maintain their spot at the front side of zone. They're holding, looks to be mid-ground for the time being, but a layer switch, it almost seems like it's inevitable at this point for these two.
Yeah, Vino and Clix are looking like one of the stronger duos in this game right now. Japko's solo, he gets taken out. Batman Booga's also solo, just trying to hold on right now. And Clix and Vino, having that knowledge of the storm, seems to just be playing very, very much into their favor right now, as they are staying ahead of the Storm perfectly right now, positioning themselves to just find refresh after refresh. On high ground, Mordecai and Rigby are going to be the biggest upset to the standings because little do I think most of you guys know they are creeping their way, I think, into the top 5 right now, by the way. Just keep that in mind. Do not be surprised if they end up at the very, very top of the standings. But first, we got to look at Batman Booga trying to make this ridiculous rotate here up the mountain. Goes through all of his mats here, but he makes it.
He might get a moment to breathe here as well. He's just got to stay ahead of the pack. And at least for right now, he's gone by completely undiscovered. But he can hear the duo above him, Mordecai Rigby stomping around. He drops, but it's not where he wanted to go. Straight into Tayson's box, and sure enough, Peterbot still managing to keep his placements headed strong. This is exactly the kind of clutch that we've come to expect, though, out of Peterbot.
And Mongrel's still alive. Mr. Savage is alive right there in the mid-game. Here it is, a fight for high ground. Victor V, Paper go up to the top, and they are trying to take their momentum from the semis into the finals now. Victor V and Paper are at 5 eliminations, holding high ground right now, and have several hundred material. Meanwhile, here is Mr. Savage here, alive and well. 5 eliminations for the pair, but he is barely holding on here. Peterbot is just cleaning up house, takes down Mordecai by himself into the top 5 by himself. Still doing it, still running through.
At the same time, Peterbot, he might even be doing Paper and Victor V a favor. Reet and Ritual, they're not going to join the mix on the low ground. Yamzo, Tayson trying to break through these builds, but they're getting tagged up from every direction. Yamzo even opting, I'm just going to play for the med kits at this point. Tayson doing what he can to keep darting forward, staying next to his duo as much as possible, but it's Reet, it's Ritual. They're going to be the ones still holding strong on the low ground. Paper and Victor V, on the other hand, they have all the advantages here on height.
Yeah, but they're out of mats now, have to come down here. The hand cannon was a miss, but the tag was beautiful from Paper, and Victor V does so much damage in the end that the Storm will close it out for him and do the rest there. And that's going to be an 8 elimination game, an 8 elimination win for Victor V and Paper there. And like we said, the fact that they have managed to keep the momentum from semis into the grand finals is a story in its own. That is a huge, huge moment.
And when you even think about where they were at earlier in this specific lobby, MDF, they did not look like they had the components necessary to make such a strong late game push. But the recovery methods that they utilized could not have come at a better time. They just did such a good job at controlling the high ground after they seized control of it. And I think Paper especially deserves his kudos. That mythic hand cannon paying off dividends for him.
That really opened things up. And then look at this. Once again, you get to see it in the end. He did damage to everyone there. He manages to win the game, and I love that we get the reaction. This time he doesn't get serious at the end. He keeps the smile all the way through to the end. Game 4 locked and loaded for its Victor V and Elite's Paper there. What a game. And I love that we got to learn a little bit about that duo too last week with the interviews. So we're feeling good. Things are getting heated up here. Let's go ahead and give us a little break so we can have more Fortnite when we get back.
Let's go. Victor V and Paper getting themselves game 4 victory royale. We interviewed them last week, and Victor, I mean, he just stole our hearts, right? And we saw him get a victory royale in the semifinals where we had a moment where we had the player camera and he was like, he smiled for like 1 second and then right back to stone cold. And this, the player camera from this, you know, it's like we get the full, I got a victory royale in grand finals. I mean, these guys have to be feeling amazing right now, Vivid.
Zeke, you saw that shot, right? Like the hand cannon coming out.
I saw it. I seen it.
Yeah, Paper. Listen, I don't know what it is between Paper and that hand cannon. He's got like some sort of like just like love for that thing. Has to constantly pick it up anytime he possibly can. But just goes for like trick shots the whole time, and half the time they land. It's awesome to see him kind of play around that hand cannon. Yeah, that shot, 185 from low ground onto the overpeaking high ground player, secures the high ground for him, secures the win. Victor V's first ever VR in grand finals. That's awesome.
I mean, yeah, I can understand wanting the hand cannon if you're able to do that with it.
Yeah.
My goodness, but it was such a good end game there. Of course, I'm happy that Reed and Ritual were in the end game, but Iamzo as a solo player clutching up second there. That is what I like to see. There was so many solo. How is Peterbot... How is he able to stay alive for so long? How is he able to do this insane solo clutch for what feels like forever?
You know, no one wrote a script about it. Don't worry about it. Don't look at my script about it. But yeah, once again, Peterbot solo clutch, the second of the day, third of the day, whatever it is, man. He is just so calm, cool, and collected in these high pressure situations, man.
I mean, yeah, Polio went down in 8th zone. This is incredible stuff. A top 5 as a solo, and it's just like, it's almost normal at this point. We see Peterbot alive as a solo, and it's like, oh, listen, they're probably still fine. I mean, this is incredible, but yeah, we got to tip our hats here to Peterbot putting on incredible solo performances. But hey, can we see the duo get to an end game together, right? Like, we're used to seeing them dominate as a duo, and the solo action is kind of slowing them down a little bit. Need to see them as a duo.
Here we are. The standings. Guys, we get to look together. Victor V jumping up 16 places, rather, into your top 4 after that game. Again, if they could end top 10, they could move on to the global championships, and they've got to be feeling amazing. A couple key things happen here in this last game, though. Let's turn attention to Clix and Veno. They were just going nuts on the low ground. I don't even know how it was happening, Vivid, but they were just chaining together these impacts back to back to back.
Yeah, crazy, right? I was like, yes, they're on the low ground, like they're just playing well. Sometimes I just feel like they overcommit. They stick to their strategy of going for the high ground, and a lot of the times it just looks rough. So love to see them switch it up, play a different play style, and see it work so well. But I mean, yeah, Veno was just like sliding around, finding the edits, finding the pieces to actually make these plays. Incredible from the duo. So far, these first 4 games, I mean, we haven't necessarily seen a win. We haven't seen anything crazy, but they're playing so consistently to where they're just always picking up these points throughout every single game, making it to every single end game, working out great so far.
Yeah, Veno to go from being knocked in zone 6 to being brought back up, not having an issue with Storm Surge, and then grabbing Elam after Elam is why they are in second place right now. But some big names of even Booga dropping down just a little bit. And also, you know, I'm a big fan of Booga v. Batman Booga and Batman Booga 1, so I think that means that he claims as the prime Booga. We'll figure that out later. But speaking of Batman Booga in Rapid, as well as Bryson Bolt, who we see both in our top 10 here, both of these players are in the top 10 down a game compared to everyone else. I'm not sure like the technical difficulties, but to be able to still compete at the top, to beat out teams like Tayson and Iamzo, Peterbot and Pollo, Agers and Rise, down a game is insane.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff. Not entirely sure how they're pulling that off. And, you know, listen, we've talked about solo clutches throughout the day. Solo clutches sometimes are what win FNCSs, or in this case, what qualify you to globals. And Batman Booga right there with that solo clutch, keeping them in the conversation.
I did want to make a small mention here. Baka and Parz, the duo in first place. Keep in mind, these guys went down in 40th place this last game. An error has been made, right? This created a window for the rest of the lobby to catch up, and many players look to do that. I mean, again, as we continue this discussion around solo clutches, right? Peterbot and Pollo moved up into 10th, and Tayson and Iamzo move up 14 places into 11th. I mean, my gosh, everyone took full advantage of Bak and Parz going down early.
Yeah, huge from Tayson and Yams. I think they had like 54 points going into this game right here, and I was like, wow, like they were 25th place. Big question mark for me actually seeing that with my own eyes, but there you have it, right? In FNCS, you have one good game. I mean, 8 eliminations right there, jumping into the top 3, just puts you all the way up, all of those placements, and quickly, again, you put yourself back in that conversation. Obviously, Tayson and Yams have been one of the favorites, but Mr. Savage went crazy. I was keeping my eyes on that Elim feed. 4th place, 5 eliminations, solo clutch. I'm wondering where that puts them on the leaderboard.
Oof, well, we're going to have to see if they are currently in our top 20, and unfortunately, due to
24th.
a rough few games, they are currently sitting in 24th place, but jumping up from 44th to 24th is what we need to see from them right now. The ball's starting to roll. We want to see it in game number 5 again.
That's right, Kelly. Get aggressive because game number 5 is ready to go. So let's kick it on over to our casters to kick things off.
Thank you, guys. And yeah, looking at the standings, I was trying to, really wrap my head around who's the most consistent team so far, and it's turned out to be Clix and Vino, given the 4 games. They haven't fallen short, right, of what seems to be outside the top 10. That's why they're up there, Taco, amongst the best right now.
Yeah, and I think the one silver lining as well for our team in first, Baka and Pars, is the fact that Bugha and Aviv went down relatively early as well. So we'll see whether or not they can hold on to that first place position, because lobby number 5 is ready to go.
We're getting into the deep water now. This is about chest high here. Game number 5 is here for the grand finals. Yeah, for Taco, Taco's a short lady. well above her head. Taco's drowning. We'll save her in a second. Throw Floaty in there. But let's get into it. The standings are starting to look so competitive, right? And unfortunately competitive due to the fact that Baka and Pars are back-to-back. Game 2 and 3 winner was taken out, and then Bugha and Aviv couldn't capitalize on it. So due to the fact of their bad performances, we're lucky enough to see a hyper-competitive day number 1 now.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking about hyper-competitive. Oliver, OG, and Craze. It is a race to the breezy coast here. They're going to be the ones able to claim the initial base setup, though, and Statics, he's looking like he's in a tough position. Whether or not he escapes remains to be determined, but Cirque and Havoc in a similar circumstance here. Chance, Chaos, they look like they want to get aggressive, but they need builds. They don't want to just take any sort of box fight and not be able to actually, build their way into safety if it comes to that. So they're going to play moderately split from this other duo here, and Cirque and Havoc, they're just trying to take advantage of the fact that they've been able to find a couple of decent weapons here. A pump is a nice thing to have whenever you're looking for these up close and personal battles, but they've got to get position first, and Chance, he's actually gonna get that side jump from behind the flank. Cirque, big fall damage to go with it, and that's gonna be the first knock confirmed. Havoc now left to try and recover the situation, but he is scrambling, and sure enough, though, just pieces up Chaos on the way up.
And this is it, right? Havoc should be able to win this, but no! Even with the high ground and a couple of mats to work with, the mistake was made. And I was just about to say, they're going to learn a lot from this, but this is not looking good. Curly and Raze definitely saw them, right? No, they didn't see them go in the bush.
They didn't check the bush either. Oh, okay.
I was going to say, you know what I was thinking? I'm thinking they had the visual cue of like, oh, there's heals going on here. It's probably in the building. Nope. By the time they passed it, they realized, yeah, that was behind us.
Yeah, that is... It is a little bit cartoony, though, how that actually ended up. I mean, the instant sprint down into the bush, that knock just sending Chance flying there.
All right, what about this big unless? They knew that they were exactly in the bush. Now, like, let them get the pick.
False sense of security, get the 2 pieces?
No, they wanted 2 points.
Yeah, no, that's smart. If you get the double eliminations as opposed to just the 1. I'm not against it, but
let's give them all the credit. Let's say that was the plan for sure.
I like how they kept looking at the rescue station though, how they didn't necessarily trust that it had been fully cleared out. Pause for a moment here. Pleasant Piazza though, threats and Trashy. One more time. Trying to take out and successfully do. Dynamic. Evil left scrambling, trying to escape, but It's to no avail. Trashy credited with that one. So a couple of teams here are definitely prospering in Lobby 5 early off-spawn fights.
A lot of action unfolding right now. Meanwhile, we might see Mixon put their first points up on the leaderboard, but give us a second before we get there. Oliver OG with the angles here to close out Statics and Fleto, and that's after, again, that drop spot. They've been really dragging that fight on. Curly and Rays up against Mordecai and Rigby. Mordecai and Rigby had a win in sights. Very, very close. Opportunities put them up at top 11 right now amongst all these teams that are facing a little bit of pressure right now. Mordecai and Rigby have managed to just avoid treacherous territory and engagements in their early games somehow. But this is the first time I think they're catching this much resistance.
Yeah, and I think the other thing worth noting is that Rigby, this is actually his first ever FNCS finals.
Incredible.
And yet, they're still managing to hold such a strong position on the leaderboard. I think that is a huge indicator that, you know, there's definitely some new talent that's starting to really surface here in the NA scene. And I guess it's just really exciting to think about what Rigby and Mordecai might be able to accomplish. At the same time, though, they're not the only ones looking to kind of work their way even further. Teams want that top 10. You want to try and confirm a strong position in day one, because day two, with that 1.5 times point multiplier, things can change very rapidly. So Turtle, Tavern, TK, they've still got their work cut out for them. At the same time, though, I say that, and Shore and Zypha, they don't necessarily have the help that you would want. TK gonna find the first knock. A little bit too exposed, though. Left side peek. Zypha, lucky that TK had to reload, but Turtle Tavern now, he's actually not going to stand a chance, because Clicks and Veno, they've decided to just steamroll their way through this, the third party, and it's going to be a massive success here. Clean eliminations for Veno and Clicks to pick up.
Not a lot of damage, but amazing set of points right now, giving them the edge here coming into the game. That's going to effectively put them up in first place now, up and over Pars and Baka. Clicks and Veno, for now, can say that they have a taste of leading the competition right now, which is very, very cool to see play out in real time. Coming into this game number 5. There you have it. Look, coming into the game here, Clicks and Veno, we're in second place, 216. Those 8 points jumped them up and over Baka and Parzier, who have not earned any points this game just yet. Really showing you how neck and neck first and second place are.
And the other thing, couldn't help but notice, as Clicks and Veno were departing from that fight taking place near Reclaimed Villa, the Forecast Tower, it spawned in yet again for this lobby, so high likelihood they're going to be in control of that one. So really excited to kind of monitor their movements, their rotates throughout the duration of this 5th match here, as Booga, Aviv, they started off with a pretty explosive game 1, finding a victory royale, and then I wouldn't say fizzled out entirely, but they have had some difficulties replicating that level of success. Still finding themselves in very strong contention, though, on the leaderboard. I mean, we're talking about our 3rd place team currently, right? So clearly they're doing something right, but you know, after the way that game 4 broke out for them, where they weren't able to really build up as much of a point threshold as they would have liked, this lobby could be where they find themselves trying to recuperate some of those lost points.
Yeah, they're just taking so much damage this game already. It's really not looking too good. Meanwhile, Baka and Pars are just sneaking up on this base. I don't know how I feel about this, given the fact that they're doing a little too good right now. Ooh, and he's exposing himself to Alex.
Alex has no idea. He's looking the opposite direction.
Where's Pars trying to go right now is what I'm trying to figure out. He's looking for the duo, it seems like.
Man, if only he could see what we've got available here, MDF. And honestly, it's more impressive at the fact that Alex hasn't had a chance to look back just yet. He's too busy trying to monitor that north-facing position. And Worthy, since he's essentially trading shots at this point with Baka and the Surge base beyond, it looks like Baka and Pars may have also been able to claim one of the forecast towers for themselves. I believe they built up right on top of it.
Yeah, if Alex doubles back to his base, it's not going to end well. Meanwhile, Peter Button Pollo making their way. Big time rotates right here. Another north pulling zone. So we're seeing very different, you know, kind of zones play out, which I'm also a fan of, right? We had a lot of south action given the weak lead ups. I could be speaking a little too soon, but right now it's definitely keeping things interesting.
Just waiting for things to pivot on a moment's notice. I like this though from Peterbot. He's gonna look to potentially stick around. He's got Alex directly in front of him, and with the way that Alex is playing relatively separate from Worthy, could be a very real possibility that Peterbot and Pollo, they scout out that solo of the two, and they could collapse on him very fast with the utilization of that flaming boost hoop. So Alex may be wanting to keep a low profile over there at Restored Reels. As Kanata and Cooper, they're trying to get some tags from the bush. Looking inwards now towards Batman Booga and Rapids' current run. Underworld seems to be their focus, and potentially just trying to find a duo to aggress.
Options looking a little slim right here. There's only a team behind the Underworld. It's going to actually be the team that lands here. Sprite and Day still sticking around, more or less. What is this base that Sprite has managed to put up right here? Just a diabolical looking thing. Just a ramp out to the side, not even one that leans into the safe zone. It's just out the side there. Nonetheless, Sprite and Day haven't had the greatest performance so far, but they're in the running right now. Doing better than some. Meanwhile, there's a lurker like on the coast as well, so there's someone having a pretty much a field day out there trying to figure it out. Mongrel and Mr. Savage still alive right now, have overcome their drop spot, and now have found themselves poised up.
You know, all that action
here, Taco.
I'm thinking that Mongrel and Mr. Savage are aware of the fact that they need to get some damage going ASAP, because the way that they're running around, it doesn't lead me to believe that this is a team that feels super confident about their current surge damage threshold. Typically, you'd see teams a little bit more fixated on just being safe during their rotates, but these guys are looking around. They're trying to find somebody, anybody, as they make their way through to their next position as zone pulls. But Veno and Clicks getting super aggressive here now. They just want to try and take out the number ones. I don't know if they recognize the fact that it's Baka they've got in front of them, but Veno, he seems like he is determined to clean this one up, and I don't spot Pars anywhere. I almost have to wonder if they've already gotten credit, and sure enough, Veno, 3 eliminations. Last we checked in, he only had 2. So I think Pars has been added to the count here.
Veno and Clicks have built a surge base, like not too far off at some point or another, right in between that. They might have actually found them outside of the powered duo base. Take a look from the other perspective. There's Pars off in the distance. Got a little too hungry out in the open trying to get tags, and that's what happens. And this was in that exact area where Alex and Worthy were positioned at that same compound. So for Baka and Pars, they have to be scratching their heads wondering, what are we doing wrong? They went from back-to-back victory royales to now giving away the lead to Clicks and Veno. And it's just painful to watch play out, but it's not over yet. Baka is still in this game here.
To be fair, though, I think Pars was actually the one who took the first shot. I don't even know if Veno had necessarily recognized where Pars was actually located. I think it was more so that he got clued into it and was like, okay, you want to take tags at me, guy? So, yeah, I think that was just maybe a misjudged situation there for Pars. Peterbot he is disgusting with this Mythic Combat Assault Rifle, man. That is gross. That should not be happening.
Does not make sense how fast Peterbot managed to secure that elimination right there. And back in time to get the loot now. Things seem to be lining up here for Peterbot and Pollo, who are trying to make a comeback right now.
Wait, did they seal that off from Pump and NPen? No, I can't tell if Pump and NPen had actually gotten the capture point, but Peterbot and Pollo maybe blocked off the loot drop with the floors.
Yeah, I think the loot definitely went onto their layer. They grabbed it as it spewed out before anyone else could grab anything.
It's a very Peterbot Pollo thing to do, if anything, but also high odds that they were just in control of that for the most part. NPen and Pump, they were just close enough that it can be kind of hard to tell, but regardless, Pump, NPen, they're more than aware of the fact that Pollo and Peterbot are currently situated on height there at the Rift Island, and they're not going to make it easy for anybody to have that easy of a rotate out of that territory. So Baka, though, he's got back into this one, thanks to being able to successfully reboot Pars. At the same time, though, even with all those small fry, you have to expect that was a big hiccup in their overall strategy for Lobby 5, having to go for the reboot play.
I love this map shot right here to really show us this, how significantly behind they are. Like, they have to have made a super long rotate, and it just so happens to work out that they're at the Grim Gate to really, make up for time here to dash their way through, which allows them, to keep somewhat of a lower profile, not really expose themselves the way a Flame Hoop would, and, give them kind of flexibility on where they want to exit here. So,
oh no.
I'm looking though, Par's not too healthy. Okay, he will find those extra heals. What were you pointing out? Sorry.
Somebody was shooting him because that HP bar was depleting at a much faster rate than just standard zone or storm ticks, excuse me, and Clicks and Veno, they look like they might be wrapping back around. I almost wonder if they might have been queued in to the reboot van.
They are tailing them because they're first place, and I think Clicks and Veno, we know Veno plays to win, right? Every single time. I would not put it past him that he wants to stick around and literally take them out the game.
We'll have to see whether it's fully effective or not. For the time being, it did look as though they had a pretty distinct upper hand. Similar position, though, for Peterbot and Pollo. 9th place currently on the leaderboard, but as players rift in, Peterbot, this mythic hand cannon, is trying to get a piece out of Quanti. That's going to be the immediate nosedive. Shadow following up on that one. All these players that are hoping to get more of an extended rotate off of these rifts are forced to just nosedive downwards instead, so they don't really reap as much benefit off of that MDF.
I still find it crazy that Peterbot will run 3 weapons, 1 heal, and 1 mobility. No other player is doing that in this lobby at all. Maybe Paper, actually, given how much he loves the hand cannon. But that's about it. That is about it.
Looking at the current situation, though, Pollo seems like he might be able to clip players out of the sky, but Veno checking back in with where he last left off, and he is just getting tags, fully punishing those teams caught up in box fights ahead of him. As soon as those walls go down, you can expect third-party intervention. Tayson trying to save Yamzo. He knows that Nerface is knocked just on the other side of this wall, but right now Tayson, he just needs to not be lobby focused, and in fact, he's going to recognize there's just too much pressure trickling in. He's going to be forced to abandon Yamzo for the time being, and it might just be Tayson playing this one out as a solo, and that's if he can even survive, because now Pars and Baka they're actually on the hunt.
They don't even probably know there's a down body in here, and then a solo Sid just off to the side.
Oh, they're gonna chase him.
It's so hard to
Jason.
find. Just look at the map. It's so hard to find. There's way too much territory here. Too many trees up. Tayson will be able to pretty much hide away here for a moment.
But he's just had to push so far out towards the edge. I mean, all three of these players
they found him.
practically on dead side, but Tayson still doing everything he can to try and escape. Pars and Baka, they seem a little bit more prioritized, though, and just checking every single bush. They definitely don't want to let Tayson get away, but Tayson might be able to make a play here instead. No. Gives away his position, trying to get some shots onto Baka, and now he's just going to get fully keyed by this duo, trying to buy time. If he can get at least one successive knock, that could be a huge spoiler there. So Pars and Baka, they don't have that many heals. They've also got to be careful with how they take this fight.
Yeah, they really need this because of their damage. They're thinking way ahead right here. They know that they've been in the storm for too long. This is a very, very good elimination right here for Pars and Baka. And it's not the answer, right, to their problems right now, but it is definitely going to cushion the landing here because I think they're in for some hard times to come, and they're going to need another really, really big fight. Kanata and Cooper right now, same situation. Just 100 above. This is no comfortable spot to be in at all right now.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Kanata's gonna have to use another crash pad, and he's slowed off of losing the momentum from clipping that tree branch, and Kanata knows it is lights out. Just instantly focused by the lobby. That is such an unlucky scenario there for Kanata. Just didn't anticipate that tree to slow him down. Cooper, though, trying to do what he can. Wanted to see if he can make his way towards Kanata's body, pick up that loot, but Reet and Ritual, they're going to be just too quick to the punch, and Cooper now forced to fall back. He knows that he can't afford to try and take this fight just yet. He's a little bit too injured, and he doesn't have a full assessment of where exactly Reet and Ritual's HP even lies at. He does have a decent amount of heals, though, all things considered, so he could look to clutch up some placements for this team.
See other players do it. Cooper's just as capable. Meanwhile, Miro and Pink, who, again, we haven't seen the life really come out of this duo just yet, had a chance to their first, you know, I don't want to say like foot in the end game, but they were kind of there, but just not quite. And look at how fast these lobbies have thinned out. This, again, we're in another situation right now where with just 22 duos remaining here, I can't help but think that whoever takes height early is probably going to win. Just given the way this lobby's starting to play out here. Clix and Vino, not the best positioned or the healthiest when it comes down to material count. However, still in a very strong spot right now. And they're kind of distanced, too, away from the other opponents at the moment. Which, look, they don't have to worry about any of that, right? They're not getting targeted. They're not getting looked at. They have time to stay kind of in the zone here, as does Baka and Pars, who are outside the scope of this safe zone right now.
And the problem, too, for Baka and Pars, I'm not even sure they recognize the fact that they might just be rotating right next to Clix and Veno. The only thing standing between them currently is a solo. I believe it was Blaha that we saw kind of fixated between these two. But Blaha, again, also, when you're playing as a solo, obviously you just want to remain as isolated as possible. He's not trying to stick his head out in the open anytime soon. But Clix and Veno, they're also in a low ground position that I think is really going to catch some teams that are forced to drop in the mid ground layers because of all the congestion. If they get tagged, you want to bail to low ground, right? But Clix and Veno, they've got 4K viewpoint of exactly when those teams drop. So not too surprised if they actually opt to hold that one a little bit longer, like you said.
Yeah, and you know, one thing's for certain is the fact that they have that forecast tower, they are just in the best position. It's making such a difference right now. Now the last to go out and crash pad, again, because they had the best spot, means that they just continue to have prime positioning here every single step of the way. It just makes a huge difference right now, where other players are trying to scramble to sort of figure it out and then strategize and make a play. They're literally a full step ahead, figuratively and positionally on the game right now, and it is showing off big time right now. 4 eliminations, very healthy material counts right now, given that they're not wasting any step of the way right now. Meanwhile, on high ground, from out of nowhere, Peterbot Pollo had the position over everyone else right now, and 6 eliminations, so they really have fought their way to this spot here.
It's definitely looking like, yeah, Peterbot and Pollo, they're trying to kick things into overdrive, but Venno, he looks up, he gauges, maybe now, maybe soon, but you can tell they want this layer switch. They want to crank up to height, and it could be very near future when we see them work for it. But right now, it's all about maintenance towards front side of zone. Venno doing what he can to continue tarping through this mid-ground territory. Let's recognize the fact, though, they're going to have a little bit of pressure filtering in from behind them, and they've remained unseen, at least for the time being. Peterbot and Pollo, they're not fixated on suppressing their layer specifically. They're looking at some of the teams that are a little bit more towards front side currently, as Venno and Clicks. I'm just waiting for them to take their moment.
Yeah, they're trying to let this lobby thin out, and I was just about to bring the focus to Baka. Baka's still alive here. Pars just fell a couple of moments ago, but look at this. Baka ratting his way through the mid-ground here, just trying to stay off of those congested layers here, and now has found himself out of gas, forced in. Vino turns their attention to the high ground. They put a little pressure down, and they try to go for it, but that was a desperate attempt. Almost tried to force their hand there, and Clicks luckily narrowly escapes getting eliminated there, and they continue to earn points here. Now, all of our top hitters are inside the top 10, including Batman, Booga, and Aviv, who just fell, but Booga's down as well. Vino into the box of bolts and takes them out. These are just points being racked up here, and that is going to be the difference maker that's going to allow them to really snatch up the first place spot at the moment.
It's also just a little bit more material, and that's something they desperately needed at that point. Pollo running thin as well as far as the builds are concerned, but Venno doing everything in his power to just try and clutch up one more spot. Also caught wind, Muzz and Epic Whale, they're in the low ground as well. It's only Peterbot and Pollo that are left to try and fend everything back, but Muzz and Epic, just clean up crew from the baseline. They can turn this one in their favor.
Definitely winnable right now, but Peterbot's going to take the first attack from the side. Pollo's there too. He's going to find a tag onto Muzz and Epic Whale, and then they close it out with a 9 elimination victory royale, and it really just felt like a matter of time before Peterbot and Pollo connected, right, Taco? And then did what they had to do.
It's like every single lobby was just experimental up until they found their stride. Peterbot and Pollo, the moment that they really just, they're kind of just left to their own devices on the high ground. We saw one attempt out of Clicks and Venno, but they just didn't have the material, the height leverage to truly overcome. It was shut down as quickly as they had started that endeavor. And then Muzz and Epic, having dealt with all of the remaining teams kind of scrambling on the low ground, they just didn't necessarily have the leftovers needed to actually deal with Peterbot and Pollo by the end of it.
Yeah, I think what we're noticing is that when there is less teams alive in these endgames, there are just much less factors, right, that can make something go wrong for the teams that secure this strong spot, and that makes for a very exciting game. Well, that was game 5, wrapped up in the books. When we get back, we'll have standings for you guys in just a moment.
dismiss them. I want them don't move, they don't listen. No stress, nigga. Walking with a bang, salty like they bang. Head up in my face, no space, put it up, I don't fade. I ain't missing no shot, cause I'm always in range.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS game number 5. Vivid, it happened. It happened. Peterbot and Pollo got themselves a 9 elimination victory royale. We've had that question on the front of our minds. Can the FNCS champions defend their title? And here, the penultimate game, they get a victory royale. I'm worried, Vivid. I'm worried. I'm scared.
I mean, hey, Peterbot Pollo, thank you guys for showing up. It's game number 5, a little bit late, but it's okay. Incredible performance though, right? We instantly see kind of the effect of Peterbot and Pollo on the lobby, right? They're on higher ground and instant respect. Really, I don't know if this is a Peterbot and Pollo thing or just kind of how this lobby played out, but nobody was interested in height. Like at one point there was like nobody even up there, nobody kind of like had it established, and that's kind of how Peterbot and Pollo had it. They kind of realized that, just kind of walked up, and then after that nobody really bothered to pressure them at all. Pretty easy victory royale for the duo.
I thought we teleported back in time to Major 2 for a second, but no, it was just Peterbot and Pollo, and you really have to respect them. They did an interesting height take as well, where they were kind of staying far back in zone. I think that they were a little bit concerned as well that maybe someone was going to try and ramp up behind them or something, but no one even made the attempt, and my goodness, they are now climbing up the leaderboard. You know, personally, I think that they wanted to make a show. What kind of story is it if they just dominate all the way from the beginning like what we saw from Major 2? So they're, you know, slowly starting to build it up, and now, day 2, we know just how strong Peterbot and Pollo are in day 2. However, they're not in first place. They're not even in second place. In fact, we have another team that's doing really, really well, and definitely a team that some people might be looking forward to. Clicks and Vino sitting in first place by 40 points, Zeke.
I don't even know. You know, we go into this. If you didn't know, Benno came over from EU to kind of duo up with Clicks. And one of the most iconic things he said about this duo in particular forming was, I want to take Clicks to his first FNCS win. And with that, Kelly, we very well likely are starting to see glimpses of that as they hold down first place by 40 points.
It was wild, and it started all the way at the beginning with Vino and Clicks doing a really smart third-party attack, but Vivid, this is where Vino shines.
Yeah, Clicks, you know, I feel a little bit bad for Clicks. Obviously, like, has a great duo right now, but when you have a great duo, sometimes these type of games happen where Benno just gets 80 limbs and you get 0. So then obviously everybody's gonna be like, wow, Clicks is in the backpack. But no, on a serious note, I mean, this duo, it shows on the leaderboard, obviously, but they have consistently made every single end game right now. And, you know, obviously, without a doubt, definitely playing the best out of all of the competition right now.
27 eliminations. It's just wild in these streets, I'm telling you. I wanted to highlight here Baka and Pars as well for a moment. You know, these guys have been hot and have been cold. You know, last game going down 40th place, but now making an 11th place. You know, they've really kind of let go of the reins there for a moment, Kelly. And I think that's not what we want, right? We want to be holding on as long as possible. Otherwise, we're going to have what happened here. Venom Click, suddenly they've just overtaken us.
I mean, yeah, but this game wasn't exactly the best performance, but the fact that Baka was actually a solo earlier on around zone 5 and was able to bring up his duo mate and make it all the way to 11th zone just showcases, even if put into a terrible situation, they're still able to clutch out these end games, and that's why they're sitting in second place.
Yeah, but that game's a little bit huge. Even though it wasn't like any crazy performance right there, making it to the end game after in that 4th game when we saw them go down in 40th place very, very early on, kind of having that bounce back game to kind of get you back in the flow of things is way more important than a lot of people give credit for. So Bach and Pars still in the competition.
Okay, all right, I like it. I want to pivot, a little small pivot here. I want to look at something like the eliminations. How many eliminations are these players getting in these games? Which individual player has the most eliminations right now? Venom, 20 eliminations as an individual. Right behind him is Peterbot looking to defend that title. The idea, Vivid and Kelly, that we're seeing these two Titans go head to head. It's just amazing.
I'm going to go ahead and you might not double down on the point that I kind of brought up earlier, right? We saw that 27 total eliminations for the duo of Clix and Venno. And Venno has 20 of them. Okay. And then honestly, I would say it's even more like double fold for the Peterbot and Pollo duo. Peterbot himself, 17 total for the duo, 20. So those two individuals are performing crazy.
I will say, though, out of all the teams that we saw there, almost all of them are in the top 10, except for Pump, who had the 5th most amount of eliminations and currently sitting in 22nd place. So just showcasing that they are incredible WK players. They just need to make a few small tweaks to be able to hold out those placements in the end game.
Guys, 40 seconds before we go into game. The last game of the day in just day number 1. Really quickly, before we get ready, what do we need to do? We have a single game to set the stage for ourselves going into tomorrow.
Keep playing consistently. You know, I know that this was honestly was predicting this grand finals to be a close race between Peterbot and Pollo and Acorn and Cold, but that now may be Peterbot and Pollo versus Clix and Venno. That might be the race.
I just want to see more of the same. These have been some of the most exciting end games that we've ever gotten to witness. And we've been talking about how this is the most crazy grand finals we've ever seen. And they're just proving that we were right. This is so entertaining, so exciting. And I'm a little bit sad that this is the last game today.
It has flown by, right? It is absolutely flown by. This is it, the last game of just day number 1 with a 1.5 times multiplier looming tomorrow. These players have to do everything they can to create a buffer. Here we go. Monster D Face, the best taco. Over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. And yeah, this really is shaping up to be one of those iconic FNCSs. Definitely when you start to weigh up the competition across the others that have occurred over the years, Taco, and that excites me.
Hey, time flies when you're having fun, and I have been having an absolute blast witnessing everything that's been going down throughout the early game contention and even the mid-game action, MDF. One thing is for certain, Peterbot and Pollo, they figured something out. Everything else leading up to that last lobby has only indicated the fact that they are gearing up to try and bring another one home. So Clix and Venno, can they hold strong in first place? Game 6 will determine.
Day number 1, game number 6. Grand finals is coming to a close here after this game here, and then we get to take a break before we gear up for the second day of competition where games will have more weight because there's a point modifier. So this is just the beginning of who will be able to have the strongest foundation for the stake of the grand finals championship claim to victory. We'll just have to find out. Cole and Acorn started off pretty honestly hot, right? They were up in the top of the standings after the first kickoff round, ending around 4th place. We were feeling really good about them, and then something has obviously taken a turn for the worse with their performance. And I'm not sure what it is, Taco, that's kind of holding them back right now, because it isn't the drop spot. Like, they're actually making it out of the drop spot relatively fine. And we've seen in the past days where in FNCSs in the past where Acorn and Cold have had a slow day 1 and a monstrous day 2 after kind of hitting the drawing board again. And if this is another instance that, plays out like that again this time around, I mean, they're going to be pretty upset about that.
For sure, and I do think that they're definitely a team that, the more competitive the action, the more likely they are. They're kind of just like, I think they're just performance players where they're going to kick it up a notch depending on everything surrounding them. But I actually do think the drop is a big part of the issue because sure, they might be surviving that initial off spawn, but the problem comes after the fact. There are so many teams kind of surrounding the Brutal Beachhead area that it becomes very difficult for them to actually make a very successful move off of that initial drop position. And I think they're just getting held in places where they weren't necessarily expecting to, and it's just been a huge thwart to their overall flow of each and every lobby so far. And they're not the only ones kind of encountering some of those difficulties. Pluto and Statics, they've got to hold strong here.
And keep in mind, remember, Statics and Fluto were contesting Oliver OG, and it seems like that just wasn't working out. So they gave up some of that early rotate, and they just allowed Tony and Noisy to continue to go back and forth here. So it is very interesting how the tables, you know, changed here, where they were like kind of a part of this battle, and they're just like, yeah, no, we need to do something else. But we do get to jump back in with the Acorn and Cold story here. And now that they have the zone on top of them, I mean, they're just sitting up on the high ground, keeping tabs on this location right here. Remember, the last time they gave this up, that other team rotated in and then made it pretty problematic for them. So it seems like they're at least taking their learnings, right, from the games here.
Yeah, it seems like the two big teams that I've noticed kind of intervening with all the action at Brutal Beachhead, it's been Vorteca and Paco, or Sid and Nerface. They're kind of just like interchangeable when you look at the lobbies that those teams have actually chosen to like sort of third-party push onto Brutal Beachhead. And again, Acorn and Cold, they're already wrapped up just trying to deal with DK and Ian to start things off, but I do expect to see Acorn and Cold to be a team that can certainly adapt and overcome, especially in a day 2 circumstance where there's a 1.5 times point multiplier involved. So I don't think it's anything necessary prone to causing too much alert just yet for all the Acorn and Cold fans in chat.
Yeah, like I said, they definitely have shown themselves to be a strong day 2 team. Do not count them out of the race, at least for a podium finish just yet. Again, this is, of course, given the fact that this game has to play out, right? Game 6 is, you know, a pivotal opportunity for everyone who has a lead to maintain lead or close the gaps. Because we saw what happens when Pars and Baka fall in just 40th. They actually lose a very, very strong lead. That can happen to any of our top teams. Right now, Seek and Dash get dropped shortly after taking out Mongrel and Mr. Savage. This time to the hands, as you saw there, of Victor V and Paper.
I like this from Venom, man. I mean, he might be using it to kind of shroud where he's actually, you know, kind of crouched up and doesn't want Zypha and Shore to really be aware of the fact. Maybe they've gotten hints towards the fact that Clicks could be lurking just outside of the Snooty station, but Zypha and Shore, I mean, they could just get caught in the middle here between Clicks and Veno. At the same time, though, Clicks and Veno, they're really waiting for the openings. They want Zypha or Shore to expose themselves first, and then they'll look to try and get their shots lined up at the same exact moment to see if they can get a shield crack. That would be their green light to then look to key. But Shore spotted out Veno first. Shore's gonna be the one to take the initial brunt of the damage, though, as Veno now buying time. He's been going absolutely insane on his own, just back and forth, looking every direction, taking shots at Zypha, then one more time, lining them up into Shore, and now with the support of Clicks, Veno, you can tell he is not content to let this one sit any longer. He wants to confirm another 2 eliminations.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I did not like the way Veno was playing that at all. Way too risky for my liking, given that they are in first place here. However, it does seem like they have this entire battle back under control right now. Take a look here, 78, but it's a trade on both sides. Not the cleanest of the two. Veno finds himself on the low ground. Not happy with this at all, though. They want more damage here. Given all of the time they wasted here, this is now a good time for them to back out and start working on some of those material counts that they lost. In the end, though, net positive that they get some damage. Meanwhile, Kanata and Cooper on the other side take down Nerface. Nerface and Sid have been the true disruptors, I think, of day 1. That is something that we can definitely take away from this story that's sort of played out here. But Kanata and Cooper get the first elimination. They should be able to clean up the second. You can see, in fact, Cooper was not concerned at all after landing that tag. He's like, yeah, you got this thing, Kanata. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, plus we've seen Kanata in those high pressure situations, even in earlier lobbies today. And if he's not folding there, he's probably not going to fold in the 1 versus 2 either. These guys know how to win their ones for sure. And Miro, he spotted out Trashy. Underworld dash just to close the gap. And just like that, Trashy eliminated before he even gets a chance to respond. Considering that he was by himself there, I have to guess. Threats probably already down and out for the count as well, but now Empen and Pump, they've come into the crosshairs of Pink and Miro, and Empen, he's gonna disengage entirely, just falls back to the low ground. He utilizes tree as well, kind of keeping that look backsies into the sky. He does not want to get tagged up while on the retreat.
Felt like it was falling off the roller coaster from the height down. I've never seen a player. That's the first time in my years casting. A player is falling off a high ground, did not look to see if the floor was going to give him fall damage. Like, he fell higher than that, but he was under the effects there of the Blueberry Fizz. It's always something new. Noisy and Tony from the low ground right now, so they've overcome, the hurdle of Oliver OG, obviously on their drop now. And it's just a back and forth between all these teams as they've continued to clash amongst one another. Crisp and Noxy of the group here have by far the most amount of points and have turned this into the most successful tournament for them at the moment. Still, given the situation at hand, this is not pretty. He's sitting on 3 teams, and there's a team in the mountain just outside of this, so there's just danger everywhere.
This is crazy to just look at, though. All this action taking place at the rescue station. I mean, again, when you look at, just 2 duos going at it, you're like, okay, maybe there's a third party, but you don't expect, like, the penta contestant to actually come into effect here. So it'll be interesting to see who actually walks away from that one as Cold.
Oh my God.
And that was just pure annihilation. The moment they dropped into his box, Ian just completely deleted. Excuse me, that wasn't even Ian. It was actually a separate player entirely. DK
That was a
Ian.
totally different player. I have no idea what that guy was doing there, but he gets sent back to the lobby.
I've realized. That might have just been one of the NPCs.
Was that an NPC? Oh,
That was
that
one
what
of the
we heard?
NPCs.
Oh my gosh.
That makes so much more sense. I was like, I mean, there's no player tag, so I guess.
In my mind,
I thought they'd already taken it.
In my mind, I'm setting up this conversation. I'm thinking that Acorn and Cold are sitting in the storm right now, though, trying to, just do whatever they need to do to make sure that DK does not qualify to Grands, to the land. At the end of the day, that's all they have to worry about, right? Is setting themselves up for globals, given the fact that, they want the best chance at winning that, of course, right?
Right, at least if you want to have your drop uncontested, and that, granted, that also kind of hinges on whether or not things even stay the same, right? We've seen competitive kind of, shift over the course of time, even through the, the down period between seasons and whatnot, so I'm almost wondering for Ian and DK, though, to be in that position, it's rather bold that they're opting to not even back off from that exchange because, again, Acorn and Cold, they truly have nothing to lose.
Give Paper back and forth right now. Pagers and Rise. Hasn't quite found that little camera peek. There it is, finds a weak wall. Rise tries to step over to put a little bit of heals on his teammate, and that almost cost him this entire battle. One mistake is all it takes, and you will lose the advantage here. Good tags for Paper to track right through the builds there.
Paper and Victor
They've committed
B.
a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this level of commitment now requires them to essentially finish out what's happening. They can't afford to back off now. There's too much material that's been expended. They need that refresh at this stage if they want to be able to transition from the mid to late game. And they also likely want what's available inside of that weapons bunker.
Just holding down the low ground right now. Visual and Braids have somewhat lost their momentum. Skittles and Chubbs as well. after the first 2 games, these were teams that were kind of inside the top 15, top 10 conversation, playing pretty well, and then everything starts to slow down. You even have Curly and Raze kind of in the middle of this 3-way duo fight going down here. In the distance, Alex and Worthy from Team Power. Oh, look at the feed though. BK
Some interesting stuff.
ends up taking out Cold and Acorn in the storm there. Long, drawn-out fights.
But you almost then have to wonder, was that really worth it? Because we are in fourth zone now, right? We're about to enter the fifth shortly after. That one set of eliminations onto Acorn and Cold surely cannot be enough for DK and Ian to have an ample amount of surge moving forward here. As Quanti in a tough spot, just lost Japko, but he's gonna make sure to at least confirm the final elimination there onto Sigma. But Quanti, you know, he was able to bring Japko back because of it. But again, another one of those teams where, sure, they've got 2 eliminations in total, but when you think about the fact that there have been some teams struggling throughout the course of today's lobbies, I just don't know that 2 eliminations is going to be enough to really keep you above that damage threshold, and it's certainly not going to leave you in a strong position when you're making these later rotates.
Well, these lobbies are starting to thin out pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Mixon and Blaha rotating right through what's left of Rise, and then Japko and Quanti there with a little bit of high ground. Rift Island once again claimed by Peterbot and Boyo. They've really embraced the Rift Island as a part of their strategy so far, and it has been working for them. And again, this is all outside of the fact Peterbot and Boyo, just like Bach and Pars, dropped 1 game, and it was that first game for them that really kind of set them back. And this is why it looks like they're so far down, but in reality, it's just a game's difference, right? Or an overperforming difference. If they jump into, you know, some ridiculous like double-digit victory royale, they'll close the gap as well. But it's that close right now.
And for a team like Veno and Clicks, who are currently seated in that first place position, it's not even just the fact that they want to end day 1 in that first place of the leaderboard. It's also they know they can't afford to take their foot off the gas at this point, because especially once that 1.5 times point multiplier comes into effect tomorrow, if they're not able to exactly replicate the success that they've had today, that lead is gone in the blink of, or in the span of 1 match even.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Tomorrow with the 1.5 points, it is that much of a difference. You drop a game and someone, you know, who's closer to your heels has a really good game, they are flying past you. Like, and it's not even close. And we've seen tournaments basically, you know, sniped up in the final game or 2. It's going to be that competitive tomorrow, given the fact that we already have a very close standing, closer than we've, you know, honestly seen it gearing up for any finals.
What a huge recovery play there for Quanti, though, to cover Yapko. Vert and Kylie, they've been sneaking up on these two for quite some time. And it almost seemed like it was Surge that they were a little bit more desperate for, but now they're gonna have to play catch up with how the rest of the lobby is already rotating. Yapko and Quanti, though, knowing that they're a little bit behind the duo that was just aggressing them, wouldn't be surprised if they maybe try to kind of finish what they'd started, as Clicks and Veno slightly more off the dead side rotate here.
It's still really cool to see how many Cactus are still standing, right? Given now how the dynamic of the game has changed. Before, all of these would be claimed, right? Because you like literally had to. Now, they're not even being used because people are going to more, you know, prestigious positions, high ground spots, right? That are kind of away, most likely, from some of these position cacti on the map. So very cool to see kind of the subtle, right, differences start to take effect here.
Yeah, and for me, it was seeing Veno with that Purple Hunter's DMR. That tells me they got control of that forecast tower one more time. Keep in mind some of the goodies that are dropped. Wow. That Mambuga Gonna be an unfortunate loot llama for another team to prosper off of. Braids gets credited for that elimination as G-Money and Reciprocal.
That's a big problem for Rapid and Batman Booga, who were in the top 5. Like, they had over 200, nearly 230 points coming into this game. So we just talked about losing momentum and dropping around. That right there is going to drop them down and set themselves up a little worse for Wares for day 2. Still not out of the competition. However, could be worth tens of thousands of dollars as we look to the future for a moment. But Braids and Visuals, 37 below, G-Money and Reciprocal are the nearest target.
But the primary issue, MDF, is that Batman Booga and Rapid, they look like they just got caught in between these two teams. And the real downside is that Braids and Visuals, they're the ones that get credited with the eliminations, but it doesn't even put them in a better situation. They essentially take Batman Booga and Rapid out of that top 5 possibility, or at least maintaining top 5 possibility. It'll be a lot easier now for another team to try and overtake their position, and they don't even really get full benefits off of it since they were still underneath that surge threshold. And G-Money and Reciprocal as well, they know they've got plenty of teams behind them, but also ample amount of teams in front, and they don't want to get caught in the middle. They're trying to just maintain a solid rotational path as Clicks and Benno, they're still looking to try and operate a little bit more towards the dead side. They're avoiding all the congestion, again, thanks to the fact that they've got control of that forecast tower, but they need more surge. 45 below is not going to be enough by any means, so that's why we see them going for more aggressive peaks.
I like this position though overall. Vino and Clicks already starting to push up on the wall of a fresh duo coming in from the zone, and they needed this elimination right here. It is going to come at the exchange of Clicks falling, but there's not another team in sight looking towards them at this given moment here. So this save will be good, and they'll have plenty of time to go ahead and bounce back into this game. And look at this. Very rarely will a team come out the storm like this. You'll finish them that quickly, and you actually get a bunch of heals to work with. These are actual upgrades for this duo here. Now they have Flowberry Fizz at 100 for the road here, and it just gets better for them.
And it's gonna help them just continue to maintain that slight dead side positioning. It seems as if that's their focal point for right now. Booga and Aviv, on the other hand, they've got to work their way up. They've got to be wary of the fact Peterbot and Pollo were already on the high ground. Aviv, he's not going to pass through. Peterbot shredding him. Have to expect that it was that Mythic Combat Assault Rifle that played a huge part in that elimination of poor Booga. I think so. I think he was completely eliminated out of the sky.
Oh yeah, look at the angle. You know, he was crash batting across, just got shredded probably to pieces. Take a look though. Booga now has to play this out by himself. If he at least wants to hold his position on the standings, he's got to make it close to the top 10. We've seen a lot of duos be successful in clutching when it mattered. Booga surely has the capabilities to do so. Meanwhile, Vino and Clicks, we already know that they have the zone knowledge, but they are below the surge right here by a pretty significant amount. As they continue to slip down, that's a wonderful tag there to at least set them up for a moment. But the pressure of the storm keeps pushing them through and through here. And he really doesn't have the mats right now. This is not looking good at all for Clicks and Vino, given the fact that this is an end game here. Vino jumps down for mats. He just had to at that moment.
At the same time, though, that elimination was also another medkit delivery there. And Clicks, he's going to find Rigby, who kind of looked like he was just scrambling around a little bit lost there on the ultimate low ground. No sight of Mordecai. So it's tough. Once the congestion does start building, especially in these low ground layers, it can be difficult to actually maintain sites, especially when you're by yourself, of the teams ahead of you as well as the teams that are kind of filtering in from your south side as well. Victor V and Paper, though, all these pre-existing builds, they're making sure to just break right through them. They want to see if they can find an opening, a way to squeeze through the thick of the action here. And Venno definitely looking a little bit worse for wear here, but at the same time, he just happens to have the heals that he needs. Granted, they're gonna have to find a refresh. 0 mats. Yeah, he doesn't have any other option other than fighting through. But just as they open up their wall, it's Victor V and Paper on the other side of it. They were trying to snipe out a team from the low ground. It's our first place leaders, though. They managed to sniff out first.
Yeah, and they get the full finish. This is a critical moment right here for Victor V and Paper as they start their ascension to top 5 here and now. But they still have a bit of a ways to go. We're not even, like we're just barely inside the top 20 here. This is where you do not want to fall at all. This is where the most amount of placement points start to be given out here shortly. Booga's gonna fall shy of that. He could not clutch up in these final moments. This is really gonna start to crack open the runway. But we know Baka and Pars are alive. We see PewDiePie and Boyo there as well. And look at Baka and Pars. Can they get the 3rd Victory Royale here on this first day? I do think they absolutely can, given how much material count they have here. Clearly, Clix is barely holding on right at this point. Every point he earns is just a matter of cushioning his lead right now and hopefully holding it over Pars and Baka. But Pars and Baka might just win this one again.
Tragic blow there, though, for Clix. He doesn't connect that pump shot onto Sandman, so that's going to be the end of his run. At least they were in the placement point territory, though. But yeah, Baka and Pars have scouted out the fact they're bound to be monitoring an elimination feed as well. But look at Epic and Muzz. Love this hold from them on the high ground. The problem is, can they maintain it with only 10 builds on Epic Whale? They're going to be forced to drop sometime soon here. I'm almost scanning, trying to see where Peterbot and Poyo are at throughout all of this secondary height. And it seems as if they've kind of gauged out the fact, yeah, wood builds, that's going to be crumbling here shortly soon as Peterbot gets the chop he was hoping for, brings Muzz down to his height, but Poyo actually getting a massive tag in the process there, and that's going to call for a halt.
Yeah, look, Baka and Pars actually get the high ground. They went up with the crash pad. It was Ritual who, with the hand cannon, breaking the builds here from Peterbot and Poyo. Now, all of a sudden now, fall to the low ground here, looking for more desperate material here and some placement points alongside Elan points here. They're going to hunt down Muzz and Epic Whale and finish basically what had gotten started up on the high ground here. And Pars and Baka, once again, are the team on height here doing what is now probably a record-setting NA performance worth of Victory Royales to be if they can get this dub here. And it makes you wonder, what is it that this team has figured out or has been able to piece together to be so dominant today here? Bolt and Bryce are still in the game as well down in the low ground here, finding opportunity right now. We're inside the top 10. Re and Ritual have life in them as well, but they're out of material.
They're just gonna hope that somebody folds in front of them first, but instead find themselves being focused. Peterbot, he's dropped. He's trying to crash pad back up to the high ground. He's looking for a little chop even onto Pars and Baka. He wants to see if he can try and overtake or at least cause them to forfeit. They're such strong positioning. But Peterbot, Poyo, medkit, replacement, they're just waiting it out. They want Pars and Baka to be distracted. They're looking for actually approaching from behind. I don't think Baka and Pars are ever going to see this coming. Peterbot goes overhead, overshoots the jump though.
But Boyo's got it. At least he ends up foiling the plan of Pars and Baka there. I love that play from the side of the zone there. Very, very smart. And now Bryce and Bolts have been gifted high ground here due to the collateral damage. They find Kanata on the way up. Cooper gets finished as well. And Bryce and Bolts steal away the Victory Royale. But talk about a strategic play from Peterbot and Poyo. Very smart crash pad play there. Pars and Baka, you know, it's hard to see that one coming when you have someone as determined as Peterbot and Poyo on your heels. In the end, though, every team there, right? Every team that made this top 3 deservingly earns a ton of points, and that's going to be a huge catalyst for day 2 of the grand finals. But Game 6's wraps. SG, Bryce, and Bolts take away their very first victory royale here on the day. And they did it. They did it in the end because things just came together for them.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about dark horse teams. I think that Bolt and Bryce could definitely deliver. But as far as our first 6 of 12 matches, day 1 here of Major 3 of the NAFNCS Finals, MDF, it has been an explosive race to the finish. I'm excited to see what day 2 has in store, but that's going to be it from us. Now, I want to see what the analyst desk has to say about all the action that took place throughout day 1.
Nah, man. Nah. That was geared up for like the craziest high ground take. And it was foiled. We'll come back and talk to that because Brights and Bolts, you guys got yourselves the victory royale here in grand finals and in game number 6. Again, this is a huge boost to confidence and to kind of close out the initial 6 matches. Remember, tomorrow, a 1.5 times multiplier. We've created a buffer, right? We've got points to play with going into day number 2.
I mean, what timing for Bryson Bolts right there, right? I mean, Bach and Pars looked solid up on the high ground. Me and Zeke were back. We were like, yo, three wins? But no, somehow Bryson Bolts timed the high ground retake just at the moment that Peterbot and Pollo decided to go up and kind of fight for it as well. As you can see right there, Bryson Bolts just find the natural high ground, this little hill that gives them such a big advantage to go ahead and win this game. And I mean, a game 6 win from Bryson Bolts, that's huge.
It is absolutely huge. And they were already doing well on the leaderboard. We actually talked about them all the way at the top of shows. Vivid, you were like, why isn't Rhea and Ritual just bowling Bryson Bolts off of the forecast tower? And that's because Brights and Bolts are really, really good. We've seen them do really well, and here we see them grabbing the victory royale, taking advantage of the natural elevation while everyone else in the high ground was absolutely in shambles. I love to see it. I love to see the fact that even though they are down a game, that does not mess with their mentality. They're able to recover and then claim a victory royale. I cannot wait to see where they are in our current leaderboard. And some big names dropping down a little bit early. Peterbot and Pollo doing a little bit better as well. Maybe, Zeke, maybe.
Maybe. That was such like the tech there. The tech was so good from Peterbot and Pollo. Doing this like super secretive play. Really quickly, I just want to highlight Bryson Bolts. They're currently in 4th place after the game. Once again, congratulations to you guys. Huge victory royale. Okay, Peterbot and Pollo. Bro, that was going to be like the craziest play of like the day, right? You know, kind of position themselves to kind of crash pit in, sitting in the zone of all things, like right next to these guys, and they just overshot the jump. But I mean, still, Peterbot and Pollo have been putting on a performance today. 313 points to end just day number 1. Only a handful of points behind Clicks and Vito as well, guys. We have a fight on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, Peterbot and Pollo did not play well at all in those first 3 games, and I don't know what happened, but the last 3 games, 5th, 1st, 4th, like something happened where they were just like, all right, let's start playing. Let's start actually, doing very, very well in these games. And they locked in, played very, very well in those last 3 games, which is why now they're all the way up in 2nd place.
It is so close. Baca and Pars dropping 1 into 3rd place. Bryce and Bolts, of course, after that game, holding out in 4th. Buga and Aviv still doing pretty well, but who I see jumping up the leaderboard just a little bit late to the party, it is Kanata and Diggs Cooper.
Ooh. Yeah, they placed 2nd in that last game, right? They kind of had an opportunity to get the VR, but Bryce and Bolts just had the high ground, right? They had that natural gigantic mountain. They had the height. They closed it out. But again, like to your point, right? We're trying to get points with a 1.5 times multiplier. We just repeat whatever we're doing today, tomorrow, right? If that were to happen, Kanata, Cooper, they could just slam a top 5 and then just show out. And we cannot forget as well, these guys already have a spot, right? So they're playing for prize money. They want an accident champions. I mean, gosh, what a crazy day number 1 and a crazy top 10. So many of these players have had just standout moments today. Like, think about in 7th place, Victor V and Paper, right? Showing up in game number 4, getting a victory royale with 8 eliminations. I mean, there's just so much raw talent. And we only have 10 spots going to the global championships, Vivid. My heart can't take it.
Yeah, I'm happy that you kind of brought that up, right? Because I was looking at Clicks and Venom's points. I was like 334 points. Like, I wonder how close that kind of puts them to securing a spot in the grand finals or in the global championship, right? Qualifying for that. Obviously, it's very, very hard to predict. But I was like, you know what? Let me go look at major number 2. And a top 10 for major number 2 after the 12 games was 470 points. But top 15, remember, we've kind of kept having that conversation that spots are going to roll down. Top 15 was 365 points. So they're actually already like 30, 40 points behind that top 15 threshold. So listen, as long as Clicks and Venom show up a little bit tomorrow, obviously they're on to win it, but that global champ spot looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, and there's so much that can change with day number 2, with it being 1.5 multiplier, and we know that some teams do better in day 2 than day 1 and vice versa. So I can't believe everything that has happened. I can't believe the games that we got to watch, Zeke, and who we get to see in our leaderboard, because it is the biggest names that Fortnite has to offer. I can't believe we have 6 more games to go tomorrow.
I mean, I want to run the next 6 now, right? Like, we cannot do that, obviously. We have to take some breaks here and kind of prepare for tomorrow. I wanted to ask before we kind of start saying goodbye, now that the first 6 games are done, how are you guys feeling? Was there anything that maybe stood out to you as this, maybe things are going super, super well for like even like a duo or strategies, or is there even something you're maybe concerned about? Like, you know, obviously we all know Storm Surge is going to be a problem for some duos, but where were you guys at after those first 6 games? What do you think, Viv?
I don't know. Baka Pars, definitely a big surprise. I don't think there was really anybody having them in the conversation. Again, I kind of mentioned it earlier. I think they were projected to be contested. Now they're not, and they are showing exactly what they can do when they do have the capability to be uncontested. And I won't lie, I kept saying this as I was watching the games, right? Games 5 and 6, a little worrying. Nobody was really playing for the higher gun right there. And I was like, yeah, like what's kind of going on through 9th and 10th zone right now? I was expecting Peter Ploy to kind of just walk up, but Bakapars kind of just got it for free as a result of that.
So since we're talking about Bakapars, let's talk a little bit about the history of them. Major 2, they got 9th overall. Major 1, they got 10th. And both of those majors, they performed in the top 10 in day 1. They actually got 5th place in Major 2 for day 1, and then got 17th in day 2. And it was a bit of a similar story for Major number 1 as well. So they are, historically speaking, a day 1 team. And hopefully, especially with the changes that we're seeing out of them being uncontested as well at Ship It Station, that this is not going to be a repeat of what we saw from the first 2 majors. We're going to see them pull out 2 more victory royales tomorrow. That's what I want to see from them. And honestly, I just really, really hope it's a close game. I want to go into game number 12 where they're just being like 30-point difference between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. I don't want a team to run away with it. I want to see this be the most competitive season of Fortnite like we have today.
Wild stuff here. Fortnite fam, thank you guys so much. As much as we want to just like load up the next 6 and just go and find out who wins it all, we have to wait. We got to give ourselves a little bit of a cool down, and the players as well. Tomorrow we are back at the same time. A couple things to remind yourself of. EU is right before us. We'll have champions there. We will also have spots available to globals there. We're going to know more duos who claim these remaining spots at the global championships, not only at the end of EU, but at the end of NA as well. Tomorrow we see Peterbot, Boyo, Clicks, Veno all fighting for this title. Will Veno take Clicks to his first FNCS title? All that and more tomorrow in the conclusion of major number 3. So for now, get some rest. Until tomorrow, we love you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you on that battle bus.